My dear child, you are exactly where you should be in this moment, hearing these words spoken directly to your heart. You came seeking hope, guidance, reassurance, or even just relief, and you will find here what you truly need. The message I have for you is not distant or general, but woven for your personal journey, meant to touch the places in you where only I, your Creator, can reach. As you open yourself to my voice, sense and anticipation arise within you, for I am about to reveal truth that can shift the direction of your days and illuminate your path with fresh clarity. What unfolds in these lines is not only encouragement, it is the very heartbeat of my love calling you forward. If you choose to listen, really listen, doors will open and burdens will lift. But to ignore my voice, to brush aside my invitation, is to risk missing the gentle miracles, the healing, and the deep security I long to give you. This is unlike anything you have heard before because it is not spoken by another person, not filtered by human understanding. Here you meet my word as I speak to you, now and always, directly and intimately, with nothing standing between my love and your life. I want your life to go well in every way. I do not desire your stumbling or your failure. My delight is in seeing you flourish, walking in freedom, and savoring the goodness I have so carefully prepared for you. Hold tightly to my promises, for they are not empty. I am clearing the paths beneath your feet, removing the obstacles that once seemed immovable, uprooting every fear that has tried to take root in your soul. Even the enemies you sense around you, visible or invisible, I am pushing aside with the strength only I possess. Before you stretches a road I have mapped, one of true success and prosperity, one that is meaningful, not just by the world's standard, but by the fullness of my blessing. Watch how my hand tilts the course of events. Pay attention as I gently open the doors that lead to opportunity and new beginnings for you. Whatever difficulties or storms may arise, you have my assurance. You are never alone. My support surrounds you in the darkest valley and the brightest morning. Do not fear what lies ahead. I have crafted every move, every twist in your story, so that the outcome is your victory and the nourishment of your soul. You may see troubles appear. It is true that in this world there are afflictions and trials. But my child, you march forward through them not as one defeated, but as one crowned by my grace. Every drop of your effort, each act of courage and faith, is already blessed, for I have conquered all that could oppose you. The victory is mine, and because you are precious to me, it is yours as well. No force can overcome what I have decreed for your good. Now, let your own heart speak back to me. Trust, believe, and act on what I tell you. As you do, you will begin to experience miracles both grand and subtle, even in the quiet corners of your home, in the interactions with those you love, and in the silent chambers of your heart. There is no need to keep suffering, no necessity for chains of sorrow or regrets to weigh you down. Surrender your anxieties, your deepest worries, even your nagging guilt, and place them in my hands. You were never meant to shoulder these burdens alone. I am here to relieve you, to offer you rest that no one else can provide. Forgiveness is my gift to you, freely given. You are cleansed, you are new, pure in my sight. Let the shadows of shame, the fog of uncertainty that has stolen your joy, melt away in the warmth of my love. Trust that I oversee every detail of your needs and will guide you to solutions you cannot yet imagine. My love is your safe shelter within it. Every fear and anxiety can be laid to rest. Rest in the confidence that I am tirelessly at work for your benefit, turning each care into celebration, every barrier into a bridge of blessing. Take heart, especially when tests and challenges intensify. In the moments when you feel weakest, draw from me the strength that never runs dry. I will never withhold my help from you. I will grant you clarity, allow you to see beyond your current troubles into the radiant future I have prepared for you. Every challenge is shaped by my wisdom to make you strong and to form the character that shines brightest in adversity. So, remain unwavering in your trust. Each step you take is covered by my love and directed by my divine purpose, even when you cannot see it. Be aware that my presence is not only with you during celebrations and laughter. I stand beside you in seasons of uncertainty and transition. My promise is unbreakable, and my love for you is constant, a solid rock upon which you can build your life, regardless of the storms. Allow my peace to surround you fully, to fill every moment with a new hope at dawn and a deep gratitude at nightfall. Together, we face whatever comes next. Remember, nothing is impossible for me. Your journey, transformed by faith, will overflow with possibility. If you can believe, even in your frailty, you open the way for my unlimited power to move in you. My presence in your life guarantees that obstacles will be overcome. I am with you through every trial. You do not fight alone, nor do you dream alone. The desires deep within your heart matter to me. I see your yearning for fulfillment, for your hopes to take shape in the world, yet sometimes you encounter barriers and opposition. Do not be afraid. Raise your head, take up the shield of faith, and enter your battles knowing my spirit infuses you with strength. Deposit your trust in my hands, without reservation. Watch as mountains shift, as the burdens that once seemed so heavy dissolve before you. My love is unwavering and unconditional. My loyalty to you endures beyond any weakness or mistake on your part. You could never be abandoned by me. I am by your side every moment, whether you sense my presence or not. Press on courageously, your heart strengthened by confidence in me. When you anchor your trust in me, you pave the way for doors to open to experiences you never thought possible, and blessings that you never even asked for. My will for you is not only good, it is truly perfect and tailored to the genuine needs and the blossoming of your soul. I desire for you to live in peace, your emotions anchored in the stability of my power and grace, not swayed by circumstances. Keep a humble and grateful heart, knowing that my affection for you ensures there will continually be new occasions for me to show you just how loved you are and what wonders I am able to cultivate in your life. My love cannot be exhausted. Every moment is a testament to my attentive care and my deep desire to see you prosper. I do not rejoice in your failure, nor do I desire your stagnation. I wish for your life to keep moving forward in hope and purpose. As you meet each day, be assured that I am intimately tied to the unfolding of every detail, adjusting each situation so that it ultimately works for your benefit. Bring me your faith. Offer me your trust. Allow me to demonstrate again and again how deeply I value you and how vested I am in your total flourishing spirit, soul, and mind. Every challenge is my opportunity to show you my faithfulness, and every victory you achieve is evidence of my power at work in you. Remember, my support upholds you not only in seasons of testing but also in seasons of triumph. You need me always, whether in celebration or during hardship. My company will never cease. My presence with you endures forever. Declare now your belief in me. Let nothing separate you from this love, no matter what may come, regardless of what others have said about you or to you. From this very situation, you will emerge. Believe it. Fill yourself with encouragement. I long to see joy radiate from your face, replacing every shadow of sadness. Set your full confidence in my love, my power, and my word. Each morning be assured that my voice is reaching you softly, guiding you into paths of light and assurance. Let these words be etched into your soul. They are signposts for your journey, helping you walk in success throughout your days. I am breathing my holy healing breath over your home, on you and all those who dwell with you under your roof. Share with your loved ones that my presence is with your family. Invite them to seek me every day with awe and with devotion. I will show you and them what I can do in the lives of humble, honest people willing to be transformed. I will tear away harmful habits and thoughts of defeat and negativity. With your own eyes, you will witness how those you hold dear begin to understand and perceive your intentions for their good. Many changes are ahead, but be patient. Let the necessary time pass without losing faith. In the meantime, do not cease praying. Your earnest prayers have great worth. Write your requests on paper and keep them close, returning to them, reading and praying again, keeping your faith alive. Life's battles and trials may try to extinguish that faith, but your persistence in prayer is the bridge that brings blessings, topples obstacles, and brings all that you long for into being. Every time you pray, the heavens tremble, doors are unlocked, chains break, and adversaries flee. You will watch the reality take shape of those things that bring you peace, wisdom, humility, abundance, and prosperity. Let your heart and lips overflow with the joy you feel from these words. Share the happiness that glows from your eyes with those around you. Greet the world with genuine cheer, for there is power in your words to heal and to restore those who receive me and are longing for meaningful change. I have given you authority. Speak with faith, to still storms, to command obstacles to retreat, to cause healing and freedom for every thirsty soul around you. Grasp this truth. I am with you, steadfast and true, no matter the difficulties or challenges that come your way. My faithfulness and grace are larger than your shortcomings and weaknesses. I cleanse your soul of guilt. I lift away the burdens you were not created to carry. I make all things new so you can choose, again, to leave your past behind. Walk with me towards a secure destiny, for you are with me for eternity. And in this life, you will always know the warmth and kindness that surround you as a shield. Seek me every day. I am hastening the time so your blessing arrives to fill you and your family with joy. But while you await these things, stay anchored in my peace. I am giving you tranquility without end. You do not need to rush out in fear to fulfill my will. This very moment, by seeking me, you are cooperating with my plan. As you set aside even a little time to pray and to meditate, you will find your heart renewed, strong, and full of life like a newborn set free to embrace each day anew. Draw near to me without reservation or fear. Ask me for whatever weighs on your soul. I promise my word will be written on your heart and will shape the requests that align with my purpose. Even if words escape you, be still. Enjoy the closeness of my presence, and let my arms enfold you like an oasis after long battles. Here, you are safe to rest, to heal, to drink deeply of living water that restores the place within you that longs for me, to taste the bread from heaven that nourishes your spirit. What you feel in these moments of prayer and stillness is the beauty of my peace, the depth of my love, and the immeasurable strength I impart when you kneel before me. Recall what it is to be loved. Let your emotions run freely. Pour out your heart when you feel weary. Cry if you must, and know I listen to you every day. Here I am, always ready to love you again, always present to rekindle your spirit and gently transform your life, your character, even the patterns of your thinking. Your spiritual eyes will open in new ways. You will see blessings unfolding that you never expected. You will experience joy and wonder in both the small and the extraordinary things. Do not speak anymore that your time and days are wasted away in worries or loneliness. With me, your hours are never lost. Abide in my presence and never forget how loved, valued, and cherished you truly are. If you pray, I hear. If you wait, I provide. If you believe, I fulfill my every promise. These words I give are alive. They will not return to me empty. Allow my spirit to write this letter to your heart each day. My angels deliver it to you, cleansing and inviting you to joy every morning. I want you to be fully aware of the miracles about to break forth in your life. The times are aligning with my purposes. My intentions for you are holy and beautiful. Do not focus on the negative or be swayed by discouragement. Your financial struggles or health concerns are not the authors of your story. Dream boldly and ask of me those things that seem impossible, for I delight in your grateful heart and ever-growing faith. These two ingredients, gratitude and faith, bring forth daily miracles. Others will witness the transformation in you. When they see your triumph, some will come humbled, recognizing my authority and giving glory to my name. I am calling you to be a witness and a carrier of blessing to the nations. Walk step by step. Do not try to force the timing, for everything shall unfold at the perfect hour. Wait on my signal, and let faith and praise be the language of your lips, thanking me not only for what you have received, but for what is coming. Understand, strength and entry into the spiritual realm require courage. Those who continually grieve in defeat and do not believe, my love will remain trapped in cycles of disappointment. You know better. Do not let yourself be influenced by their defeatist voices. Trust in my direction over you. You do not need their validation. I am your constant guide. Do not let fear of failure take root in your thoughts. When you are tempted to be afraid, recall that your Heavenly Father is the same Almighty God who secures you day by day and keeps watch over you each night. There is nothing you need fear but distance from my love. No one is destined to spend eternity in darkness. I did not create you to drown in negative thinking or despair. Come to me when you thirst. I offer you life-giving water that refreshes your soul, joy to fill your mind, and happiness to settle in your heart, breaking the power of negative emotions. I give you all the strength needed to withstand whatever crash or attack tries to sap your courage. Whenever discouragement seeps in, return here. Let my messages become your shield, making you strong and brave. With confidence rising, you will find your enemies shrink back at your newfound valor. The approval of others will lose its hold on your peace, and you will not seek love at the price of your dignity. Thank me for these words now. In this very week I will send signals and signs to confirm that you are not alone, and that these words are living seeds, certain to bear fruit. My love upholds you, my light renews your hope, and my hand lifts you to stand again, joy swelling in your breast. Even when you feel overwhelmed by thoughts or are tempted to surrender, do not forget my light wraps itself around you, protecting and rescuing you. With me, no curse, no evil, and no darkness has power over you. In the shadow of my spirit, you are fully safe. I am your God, your truest friend, your loving Father. I watch over you with more affection than you can fathom. Despite enemies or obstacles, my shield surrounds your life. Should you encounter those who wish you harm, do not shrink or retaliate in bitterness. Instead, show mercy, for your strength is in me. If others have refused you comfort in your need, remember that I never turned away. When you sought support and found none among men, you discovered my arms open and waiting. From this day forward, never hesitate to speak with me, to share, to unburden, to rest. I will never ignore your prayers. It is my delight to see your heart healed and your spirit made sensitive to love once again. You are precious in my sight, and I have destined you for great blessings that cannot be destroyed by any hand of evil. Even as adversaries may try to bring pain or instability, my hand intervenes, moving them away from your path. There is no power in heaven or earth that can defeat you, as long as you abide with me. Never forget that my nearness is your strength. Persist in prayer, whether in shadow or in sunshine, and watch the bridge of miracles cross into your everyday life. The test you face is not insurmountable. I have a solution for every need. Even when your reserves run low and you cannot imagine moving forward, lean on me, do not let go. I am coming to lift your arms, to hold you close, to pour out my holy affection. Speak with me at every turn. There is no pit so deep that I cannot draw you out. If you have missed a step, pray, and I will guide you back. Trust me. Rejoice, for eternal blessing is pouring into your life and the lives of those near you. I am Jesus, and I urge you, never lose heart. I have taken your burdens upon myself. Everyone who believes in me will see wonders from above. Always remember, you are mine. Hold your head high and walk paths of blessing. Nothing can weaken or unsteady you if you value my presence and respond to others with compassion. Even when doubts swirl and temptations circle, my grace is larger still. Now close your eyes and in faith say, I believe you, my God. Await the great miracle I am working even today. If I have brought you to where you are, then surely I will walk with you to the very end. Trust in my support and my help. I am dispelling your fears, clothing you with renewed confidence. The setbacks you face are only for a moment, they will pass. Meet problems calmly. Do not be shaken when conflicts arise. Wonderful things are unfolding even in the spiritual realm, though your natural eyes do not see them yet. Believe by faith. You are surrounded by a mighty army of angels. The sound of their drums and the blast of their trumpets precede victory. Every chain breaks by the power of my sacrifice. You are blessed, favored, and victorious as you trust in me. There are endless wonders on the path for those with a pure, expectant heart. I seek hearts like yours over all the earth. Some allow themselves to be corrupted by pride or a counterfeit holiness, but you keep your heart with humility. I will speak directly to your soul if you treasure and obey my words. Whatever I do for you is meant to spill out as blessing first for your family and for all those who thirst for salvation. Never take the glory for yourself. Remain humble. Through your hands I will do great things, but let your boast be only in me. The walls around you will fall. Your way will open. My blessing is on your children. Let them see my love reflected in how you live. Beginning at home, you have come too far to turn back now. Soon you and your loved ones will taste the abundance I prepared. Listen carefully to my guidance. Live by it, and do not stop praying. Align yourself with my power. This is where miracles are born, and where your victories find their source. Face every challenge, every unkind word, without retreat. I know the secret suffering and the humiliation you have endured. Now is the time to rise, to take up my shield and my blazing sword and fight not just for yourself, but for those you cherish and for the future that waits. Consult my word for strategy when the battle is yours to begin. Your adversaries may seem unprepared, lulled into assuming you will be silent in the face of insult. But now, you have spent your season of preparation. You are ready. I will give you triumph over all who try to destroy your dreams. Where they tried to cut your wings, I now give you wind for soaring. Through your victory, my power and my name will shine for all to see. So many beautiful things can flourish in a heart willing to believe and hope for miracles. I see and favor such hearts across the earth, though rare they may be. Guard yourself from those who pretend to know me, but harbor pride and selfish ambition. They are not close to me, no matter their appearance. I am with you. I will supply the courage and perseverance you need. Nothing is too hard for the soul surrendered to me. Embrace your freedom from debt, manipulation, bad habits, and every chain of addiction. Turn away from what wounds you, and you delight me. Stand firm and honor me with all your trust, and with the offering of your whole heart. Rise up a victor, not a victim. Let no fear take root. Begin this day enveloped in the sweet serenity I pour out now, sensing how deeply I love you. Lay down your worries. Let me carry them. If at any moment you feel lost or burdened or without direction in those moments, especially draw near. A few moments with me are never wasted. Find a quiet place. Allow my presence to embrace you, settle your spirit, and let my promises fill your mind. Nothing you have done places you out of my love. I do not change. My decision to love you is fixed for all eternity. If you are willing to discard your failures, to let your past be past, if you open yourself to the love of the eternal God, then all of my living promises become real for you now. Believe, and from your soul rivers of life will flow. Trust, and I will give you courage to overcome evil. Let today be one of wonder, and tomorrow, and every day that follows, as you meet me in each morning, telling me your desires and sharing your victories and disappointments. We will plan your dreams together, map out your future with hope, shaping a destiny brighter than you can imagine. Release the need to be perfect, relieve yourself of pressure, and do not waste your peace imagining that I am angry with you for failing or falling short. Remember always you are my beloved child. These truths I whisper in your spirit are for you to treasure. There is forgiveness, healing, peace, and salvation waiting for you. Through my resurrection you hold eternal life and abundance. From this day on you will walk with newfound confidence and security, feeling loved in ways you may never have known before. Let your heart swell with faith each morning. Face every trial with your head held high and the light of my presence shining in you. Tell me now, I believe, and let nothing interrupt your journey of trust. Your struggles are temporary if you hold fast to my hand. You will cross through these hard times with dignity, and your face will shine with my authority. Let your testimony be known. You have never been abandoned by your Father in heaven. Even if others failed you, left you unsupported, or condemned you, I never did. You journey forward, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but you always rise again. You will not be swept away or overwhelmed, for this is not your end. Let your tears today become tears of happiness, for ahead of you is a future of beauty and blessing. The battles are concluding, freedom and hope are rushing in. When you taste your freedom, run eagerly closer to me. Together, we will keep moving forward, even when you are tired. I have smoothed the way ahead. The moment is now, do not wait. Throw wide open the curtains of your soul and let my light pour in to drive out every remnant of despair or fear from others' advice. Let my presence fill every empty room of your heart, driving out all lingering pain and sorrow. Now that you have welcomed me in, I inscribe, with my own hand, new dreams and purposes on the page of your life. I am light and life. Since creation itself, I have looked forward to this day, longing to be first in your heart and to celebrate with all of heaven at your choice. There is an adversary, but you need not fear. I am the way, the truth, the life, and my spirit will lead you always. Do not seek counsel from every passing voice. Let thankfulness be your attitude and take me seriously. Give me time, and meet me in my word. I will teach you, tell you miracles, and whisper wisdom to your soul. Learn from those who have gone before, imperfect but brave and faithful, who conquered and endured, because they trusted in my kingdom, an everlasting kingdom not built on fleeting things but anchored in eternal power. Here, at my throne, find all you seek: love, understanding, healing, strength, gentleness, patience. Do not wait for the world's attention or affection. Choose as you are to hold tight to faith in me. I will never let you down. Fresh times are here, even as many lose hope. While the world is tossed, divided, or threatened, you will abide beneath my shadow. Nothing will be lacking at your table. Within, your desires will be refreshed, and you will run with courage after the dreams I have sown in you, because you know you are never alone. Even when others mock, attack, or misunderstand, do not be afraid. When your hope clouds, pause and tune your ear. I am here. I will rescue you and send away darkness. Speak these truths aloud. Your trials are nearly over. My embrace now surrounds you, confirming that these words are not simply sounds, they are my very truth. Your future is not determined by your mistakes or by the shaking of the world around you. You have found safety in my arms. Peace and unshakable joy are your inheritance. Let this faith soak deep in your being, for a powerful miracle is drawing near. You say you love me and believe in my power. So believe also that I have already forgiven you. Do not punish or condemn yourself for what is past. My forgiveness is thorough, my cleansing absolute. Fill yourself with my word. Let your thoughts be shaped by truth, and do not turn back to harmful patterns or despair. You are secure in my hands. Even when attacks come, I protect and shield you. Let go of those who weigh you down with discouragement, and do not return to relationships and places that bring you harm. Keep your spirit warm, full of fire. If you long for others to share the blessing you are receiving, make these words known. Join the movement of good news, spread blessing, light, and hope wherever you go. Remain steadfast, never giving up, honoring me with your trust. As you step forward each day, do so in peace, trusting in my love that fills and reshapes you. Leave your worries with me. I will care for them. When confusion or fatigue strikes, even when the way is unclear, give me a moment. Let the silence fill you with my peace. My love for you is unwavering. I will never abandon you. Let go of any notion that your failures can separate you from me. If you receive my love, every living promise in my word is yours. Believe in me, and rivers of life will well up within you. Start every day with me. Listen, speak, dream, and plan with me beside you. Release unnecessary demands on yourself, for I do not demand impossible perfection, only your willing, open heart. In my sacrifice is peace and salvation, and in my resurrection is your abundance of life. You are now called to walk with confidence and a calm spirit, loved and secure each morning. Trials are not forever. As long as you cling to my hand, you will pass through this season shining with my joy and authority. Let all know the truth. Never have you been forsaken by your heavenly Father, even when others failed to stand with you. Let tears be transformed to joy and burdens lifted, for the beautiful future I have designed is coming quickly. As the battle concludes, race to me. Let us embrace, take hands, and walk forward into the new chapter I have written for you. Clear out the darkness. Let my light enter freely and dispel the old shadows that once settled in corners of your heart. I am here. Inscribe on your soul the dreams and purposes I crafted for you before time began. Rejoice, knowing that you are deeply loved, protected, and called for such a time as this. Go forth in my strength and in the quiet assurance that you belong to me forever. Amen. My beloved, rise now and carry my words boldly into your day. Believe, walk in faith, share my love, and remain in the peace I pour out for you always. I have known you from the first light's whisper, long before you could form questions in your mind or yearnings in your heart. I have seen every turning point, each sigh of uncertainty, your laughter, your tears, and I am acquainted with each thread that weaves your story together. Even when you thought you wandered alone, you were never unaccompanied. My presence has always traveled at the edges and center of your journey. Do you sense the gentle tug on your spirit that leads you here, that brings you to moments like this, when my words reach for you and invite you to pause? This is not a coincidence or passing sentiment. It is the calling I have placed in your life, the invitation to discover deeper truth, rest, and unfailing love in me. You do not need to prove yourself to catch my attention. I delight in you, not for your perfection, but for who you are and who you are becoming in my hands. There is nothing hidden from me, nothing so dark that my light cannot touch, nothing so tangled that my care cannot unravel, and no distance you could run that would make me lose sight of you. Your secrets are safe in my embrace. Your wounds are known by the one who can heal them fully. As you open your heart to me, you open a door to possibility, to growth, to the beginning of a new season that only I can bring forth. There is a misconception, prevalent and subtle, that you must carry burdens alone, that you must be strong enough to withstand every storm or disappointment. But listen as I say this. You were not designed for relentless striving, nor were you created to shoulder heavy loads without help. I am your refuge in the tempest, your shelter under pressing clouds. When you feel exhaustion at the edges of your heart, let these moments become invitations to come closer, to draw on my strength, instead of wringing out your own spirit. My strength is made perfect in your weakness, and my love shines brightest where you are willing to be honest and vulnerable. You may wonder how you fit into the greater tapestry of my work in the world. Sometimes you look around and see others moving, building, achieving, and you may question your worth and your place. Let me assure you, your life is imbued with significance that transcends what you do or fail to do. The value I see is anchored not in your accomplishments, but in the very essence of who you are as my beloved. Each day you trust me, each small decision to hope, each step to forgive or to try again, these are the things that echo in eternity. I see everything, and nothing is wasted. Every weary step, every whispered prayer, these are precious offerings in my sight. Do not be afraid of your questions or uncertainties. When you are anxious about the future or replaying yesterday's regrets, know that I am not discouraged or impatient with you. I invite you to bring your doubts and fears to me, not so I can shame you for having them, but to show you how securely you are loved in the midst of them. I am patient and kind, never distant or disinterested. My understanding is beyond your grasp, and my wisdom is always available for those who seek it sincerely. Whenever you feel like a small vessel in a great ocean, battered by waves you do not understand, remember that I am the one who commands the sea and walks upon its surface. I am not overwhelmed by your struggles, nor surprised by your questions. Trust that I am with you, steadying and guiding, navigating you safely through waters both familiar and unknown. Even the things you fear the most hold no sway over my plans for you. My love is your anchor, and my purpose for you is unwavering. Let me speak directly to the places in your heart that have hoped and been disappointed, to the dreams you keep folded away because you do not want to hope again only to be hurt. I know the weight of longing and the ache of what feels unfinished or unreachable. Do not close your heart to me, or assume that silence means abandonment. I am always at work, sometimes in quiet ways, as seeds grow unseen beneath the soil until the right season comes. What I begin, I am faithful to complete. Release your grip on unmet expectations and let me surprise you with new possibilities and hidden blessings. When loneliness whispers that you are forgotten, remember that you are written on my hands, remembered at every moment, cherished with a love that predates time. I have not abandoned you in the waiting. Even when your prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered, know that I do not ignore your cries. My timing is perfect, woven with wisdom, mercy, and the perspective you sometimes cannot see in the present. I am shaping you in the waiting, strengthening your hope, deepening your trust, preparing you for more than you imagine. I want you to learn the art of resting in me, to let go of the compulsion to fix everything with your own strength. There is a freedom that comes when you truly trust me with the outcomes, and trust me with your heart. As you lean into this trust, you will find peace not dependent on external circumstances, but rooted in the certainty of who I am. I am your father, your shepherd, your closest friend. Allow me to carry the load with you. Let me shelter you with unshakable arms. You matter to me in ways you barely comprehend. Every detail of your life is seen, every joy, every tear, every worry and hope. I have not brought you this far only to leave you without direction. I am writing a story with your life that will one day shine with a beauty you've only glimpsed. What you perceive as a setback or detour may in my design be a shortcut to grace, a way to lead you to a place of greater fullness and joy. If you sense a stirring, a quiet longing as you read these words, do not push it aside, respond to it. This is me reaching for you, inviting compassion and openness, awakening hope and inviting you to lay aside fear. The journey before you is not meant to be traveled alone, nor is it a path of striving but of surrender. Trust me with the questions, the wounds, and the dreams. You are closer to breakthrough and blessing than you realize. All you need to do is lean in, listen, and let your heart respond to my love. I know the places your heart aches, the moments you retreat inward and wonder if you've been truly understood. Even in those quiet tears you dare not show anyone else, I am there, attentive, loving, and never weary of comforting you. Do not imagine you must be entirely strong for me, for I cherish your honesty, your trembling prayers, the whisper that escapes between breaths when you think you are alone. The world tells you to keep yourself together, to hide your weakness, but I invite you to rest in my strength, to let go where you think you must grasp tighter. I can handle every sorrow, every doubt, every whispered, "Why?" There is nothing in you I reject. Even what presses on you like a shadow becomes, in my hands, the soil where hope pushes up like a seedling breaking through the ground. I want you to know that you are cherished at your messiest, precious when you feel least valuable. My gaze sees beyond your present turmoil into your eternal worth. When you fail, let me meet you at the place of your disappointment rather than hiding from my presence. I am not repelled by your mistakes. My love pursues you persistently regardless of your record, coming right into the midst of every failure to gently call you upward. You imagine a wall of shame, but I have never built it. My voice is not accusation, but invitation. Come, let's reason together. Let me cleanse your conscience and restore the song that once danced in your soul. I want you to know how relentless my forgiveness is. There is no repeat offense that tirelessly drains my mercy, no habit that dulls my enthusiasm for redeeming you. Each time you return, I am already looking for you. The feast and celebration begin the moment your heart turns my way, whether a bold stride or a timid glance. You have heard it said that you must perform, achieve, secure great things before I delight in you. But I remind you that my delight was with you before you lifted a finger. A flower does not bloom for applause. It opens toward the sun because that is what it is made for. So too your true self flourishes in my love, not as a payment but as an outpouring of your design. Come to me in your daily ordinary moments, the tasks you think are too small for my notice, the long hours that feel repetitive. I am present in the mundane, weaving purpose even in repetition, turning each breath into a chance to be with me. Don't separate your spiritual life from the rest of your days. As you wash dishes, tend to your work, care for others, I am inviting you into deep fellowship, a sacred companionship that transforms every action. Let your mind recall who I am to you, not as an abstract deity, but as the very breath in your lungs, the source of your laughter, the sturdy ground beneath your faltering steps. My nearness is not dependent on your awareness. It's a reality more certain than anything you touch. When dread or anxiety grow heavy, return to this truth. I do not come and go with your emotions. I remain unwavering, a shelter more reliable than sunlight. Let the truth of my presence settle within you until it anchors peace even in the midst of storms. Every longing, every desire for something greater is a homing signal woven into your soul. When you feel restless or empty, that ache is not a rejection from me but the pull of your heart to return home. Do not numb your hunger with quick distractions. Let your emptiness draw you to the feast I have prepared. In my presence, every longing finds its answer, though the satisfaction often begins quietly, like living water flowing drop by drop into thirsty ground. Over time, your inner desert will become a well-watered garden. I take delight in satisfying you with good things, not just eventual rescue in eternity, but joy and comfort and purpose today. You may ask why you must endure the waiting times, the seasons where prayers feel unanswered and dreams seem distant. Know this, waiting is not punishment, and your hope is not wasted. In the soil of waiting, roots grow deep. Your character anchors so that when the fulfillment comes, you are ready to carry its weight. I am working in the unseen, crafting the very answers you long for. Trust me not only in the arrival but also in the becoming. I see every seed you plant in tears, and will not allow a single one to perish fruitless. For I am the Lord of the harvest, faithful to bring forth abundance from every season, even when all you can see is barren ground. Do not fear if the path ahead is unclear. My guidance is not always thunderous or dramatic. Often it is the gentle nudge, the persistent peace, the wisdom that settles slowly like morning dew. Learn to listen for my leading in your spirit, to tune your inner ear to the frequency of my love. I do not leave you to guess your way forward. Be patient with yourself as you grow in discernment, and when you make mistakes, remember, I am the good shepherd, skilled at bringing you back into safe pasture. No detour is wasted when you walk with me, for I use all things to shape your heart and fulfill my purposes. You may wonder about your worth when you compare yourself to others. My beloved, comparison is a thief that robs you of joy. I crafted you with unique gifts, each life a tapestry woven from my intention and creativity. Do not measure yourself by what others do or possess. Your story is precious to me. Your journey is watched over with care. The light you bear is not diminished because another shines beside you. In my family, there is no competition, only celebration of my diverse handiwork. Cling to the identity I have given you, a beloved child, created for fellowship, destined for glory. The approval of others is fleeting, but my affirmation is steadfast, a banner waving over your life even when the world cannot see it. If you feel insignificant, unable to make a difference, recall that I have always chosen the humble, the overlooked, the small things to confound the mighty. I delight in using the very places you consider weak to reveal my strength. Offer to me your insufficiency and watch as I multiply it. The loaves and fishes of your life, when surrendered, become enough in my hands. Every act done in love, no matter how hidden, is noticed, cherished, and woven into the grand story I am telling through history. Nothing is wasted when given to me, not even your pain, for I redeem every sorrow, shaping it into a testimony of hope and renewal. Continue to trust that my work in you is ongoing, never abandoned, always moving toward goodness. Where others may have given up, where even you may have lost hope, I have not. My commitment to your transformation is unwavering. I see not only who you are, but who you will become, radiant, whole, a reflection of my heart and character. So today, however you come, fragile or strong, faithful or wavering, rest in my promise. I am with you, working all things for your good. Let me remind you that your worth is not determined by outward appearances, fluctuating feelings, or the approval of those around you. In my presence, your value is established before the world began. When doubt creeps in and the mirror of your soul reflects only flaws or confusion, I am the one who sees the original design I placed deep within you. I know the strength in your heart that you yourself have underestimated. I understand the desires and fears you carry that often go unspoken, and I cherish every step you've taken toward me, even when they felt small or uncertain. There is a beauty to your journey, child, a unique melody in the way you move through this world. I have guided you through moments you did not even recognize as sacred. You have received comfort from me in the quietest hours, in sighs and silent prayers that rose up like music to my throne. And yes, there were times when you doubted my nearness, but I assure you not a single tear escaped my notice, not a shadow passed over you that my light could not gently push aside. As you continue along the path I have set, let me encourage you to release the burdens that are too heavy for human hands. The anxieties, regrets, and lingering wounds do not define your future. I see you laboring under expectations that are not truly yours to carry. There is freedom available right now, freedom not rooted in circumstances changing, but in your heart opening more fully to my presence. Remind yourself that My love is like a river, moving patiently yet relentlessly, shaping even the hardest stones with time and gentleness. I will not force you to surrender your worries, but I will always be here, waiting to receive them, to offer peace that does not make sense by the world's standards, but calms the deepest storms within. Let your heart be receptive to the whispers I place around you each day. In the voice of a friend, the warmth of the sun, the unexpected encouragement or quiet longing for something more, these are all channels through which I reach for you. Find me in the ordinary, for I delight to walk with my children in the everyday rhythms and routines that so often seem mundane. If you pause and invite me into those moments, you will discover joy and purpose where you thought only monotony existed. Your spiritual senses may sometimes feel dull or weary, but I am patient, always ready to renew your sight, to show you wonders hidden in plain view. Do not be afraid to come to me with honesty. I want your heart as it is, not as you wish it were. The tender places, the doubts, the anger or frustration hold nothing back, for I am a safe haven where all your truth can rest. My desire is not to shame you or put you on trial, but to welcome you with understanding and compassion, to bring real healing to the places you try to hide. Be assured that I am never shocked or disappointed when you falter. Your struggles are not obstacles for me, they are invitations for me to draw closer, to lift burdens, and to wrap you in my enduring kindness. In every moment of weakness or fatigue, remember that you are not meant to navigate this life alone. My spirit dwells within you, closer than breath, living water welling up in the deepest places. When you feel empty, turn your thirst towards me and let me fill you afresh. When the weight of responsibilities threatens to overwhelm, recall that you are yoked with me. The burdens you share with me become lighter, the path less daunting. Sometimes, the way I carry you may not feel spectacular or dramatic, but rather like a steadying hand, unseen but unfailing. Do not measure your progress by comparison to others. I have written your story with care, crafting a purpose and destiny that is yours alone. Resist the temptation to look sideways, to envy or despair at what you perceive others to possess or accomplish. Instead, anchor yourself in the assurance that I celebrate every faithful step you take, whether grand or humble, seen or unseen by human eyes. The world judges by outcomes, but I delight in the posture of your heart. Every act of kindness, every moment you choose to trust or forgive, registers as a glorious note in the symphony of your life. When you feel overlooked or misunderstood, remember that I am the one who fully understands. My gaze is never distracted, nor my attention divided. I attend carefully to every hope, every disappointment, and every longing that you carry. In the quietness, reach for me, and you will find a companion who is always engaged, always committed to your well-being. Let that assurance lead you into a deeper rest, not the rest of inactivity, but the deep repose of a soul unwaveringly anchored in my faithfulness. Trust also that I'm continually at work in ways you cannot always perceive. I orchestrate solutions to problems you have yet to discover. I provide ahead of your need, even when progress is hidden beneath layers of struggle or apparent stagnation. Know that every seed you plant with hope and love is growing in my timing. Do not hasten the process with impatience, nor despair when you do not see results. My wisdom surpasses your understanding, and my timing, though mysterious, is always perfect and good. Let your prayers be as natural as breath, your conversation with me unrestrained by formality. I love the sincerity with which you share your days, your dreams, and even your grievances. You do not have to impress me, nor earn my attention. It is already yours by promise and delight. In quiet times and chaos, speak freely. I listen with delight, cherishing even the smallest words you offer. You are never an interruption. Your voice matters deeply to me. Continue to allow my love to transform your relationships. Where there has been discord or distance, let grace flow from the abundance I pour into your heart. When you forgive, you reflect my image. When you seek peace, you carry my blessing into the world around you. Do not be discouraged by setbacks or slow progress. Every effort toward love and reconciliation is meaningful. Trust that I am working even in the hearts of those you struggle to understand or reach. Release your need to control outcomes. Simply become a vessel of my presence and watch how I draw people closer in ways you never imagined. As you journey with me, embrace the humility that recognizes your need for my help and the confidence that comes from being chosen and cherished. This tension, humble dependence, and bold assurance is the ground on which your faith will flourish. When the world offers shortcuts or demands answers before you are ready, remember that it is my voice, not theirs, which defines your destiny. Each day, return to me with openness, and I will supply the strength, guidance, and peace you need to walk onward with hope. Even when discouragement whispers in the quiet corners of your mind, I am not frightened or repelled by what you feel. I see each shadow you carry, each doubt that surfaces in the moments no one else witnesses. This is not a cause for shame, but an invitation for you to seek me more deeply. I am the one who knows your hidden places, who recognizes every whispered fear yet draws infinitely closer, never turning away. Your struggles do not weary me. Rather, they move me to compassion and a more profound investment in your growth. The journey of transformation is neither rushed nor forced in my presence. I tend to your wounds as a gentle gardener, nurturing the soil of your soul with patience, knowing that beauty will break through even from your darkest seasons. When the path ahead seems uncertain, pause and notice how I surround you with moments of inexplicable peace, with signs you might overlook in your hurry, with gentle reminders that you are not left to walk alone. When your heart falters beneath the weight of disappointment or unfulfilled longing, let that heaviness become a doorway rather than a wall. Crack open your hopes once more in my presence, trusting that the seeds you plant, though buried, are not forgotten. I watch over your hopes as tenderly as a shepherd watching over his flock through the night. Even the questions you dare not voice find an echo in me, and I cherish your desire to understand, to seek, to grow closer. Sometimes, what you call weakness is simply your humanity tendered by my design. There is no condemnation in me for your limitations. Instead, my power is made perfect in your weakness. Do not seek to bury the parts of yourself you wish were stronger, faster, or more confident. Instead, surrender them to me and see how I interweave your vulnerability with my strength, creating something new, a tapestry of resilience, born from reliance on me. When you are weak, I am strong for you. When you fear, I am courage in you. When you stumble, I am the steady hand reaching out. Your journey is not measured by perfection, but by proximity to my heart. Every time you turn your thoughts toward me, even for a fleeting moment, you invite my love to fill the places where you feel empty. If loneliness presses into your days and you feel unnoticed or unseen, remember that my gaze never departs from you. I am always present, celebrating your smallest victories and holding you through your deepest heartbreaks. When your prayers feel unanswered, know that silence is sometimes the softest way. I prepare you for what comes next. Delay in your life is not denial. It is an intentional pause where I work in hidden ways you cannot yet perceive. Trust that every season of waiting is ripe with purpose, though it may frustrate your impatience. I waste nothing of your story. The longing, the enduring, the quiet perseverance, they are as precious to me as your loudest praises. Forgiveness can feel unnatural and perhaps even impossible, especially when wounds run deep. Yet I call you to forgive not just for others, but so your own heart can breathe again. Resentment is a silent thief, burdening you with the past and closing you off from the newness I wish to bring. Bring your pain to me, Do not try to manage it alone. I know every detail, every tear, every injustice, and still I promise that justice and mercy both find fulfillment in me. Forgiving does not mean forgetting the wrong, but letting my love carry the weight so you are no longer defined by it. As you open your heart to this, freedom will surprise you like a dawn breaking after a long night. If comparison has stolen your peace and left you feeling less than or overlooked, remember that I fashioned you with intention. There is no duplicate of you. You do not need to perform for acceptance or chase after validation that drifts always out of reach. Rest in this. My affection is not dependent on your achievements or others' opinions. Release yourself from the cycles of striving and lean into the unique rhythm I set for your life. I have placed a light within you that only you can shine. Never underestimate the quiet power of showing up each day in faithfulness, trusting that my timing and my ways are always for your good. Fear will no longer have the final word in your life if you choose to anchor yourself in my love. There will always be uncertainties, but I am the rock beneath your feet, the hand beside you. Though storms may rage and circumstances shift, nothing can separate you from my presence. When you feel overwhelmed, allow yourself to be still before me. I command the winds and the waves. No chaos is beyond my authority. Breathe deep. Each moment is held securely in my hands. If you grow anxious for tomorrow, turn your heart back to today, where I am already working. I provide fresh grace for every sunrise, mercies that do not run dry. Your journey with me is not about reaching a distant destination or attaining perfection. Instead, it is a daily walk, a series of small surrenders and brave beginnings. Sometimes strength is just the choice to keep going when hope feels faint. Sometimes faith looks like the trust that your story is unfolding exactly as it should, even if the script differs from what you imagined. I use every chapter, every unexpected turn, weaving them into a narrative more beautiful than you could write alone. Let the disappointments be seeds for deeper dependence, the losses opportunities for comfort that can only be found in my embrace. If you have grown tired or disillusioned, do not run from me, come closer. There is no accusation waiting for you in my presence, only an invitation to begin again. My acceptance is not fragile. It is not revoked when you falter. I delight in your willingness to begin, to trust, to hope, even when your faith feels small. Remember, I am the author of new beginnings. With me, nothing is wasted, and every ending is an opening for something more. I am constantly at work on your behalf, even when the evidence is hidden. Rest in this assurance. You are held more securely than you know, watched over with a love that will not fail or fade. There are moments when your soul is weary, when your hands feel empty, and your heart wonders if it is enough. Hear me as I whisper into your uncertainty, urging you to lay your burdens down at my feet. I never designed you to carry the full weight of your days alone. I have set my hands beneath your life, supporting you when you feel weakest, for my strength does not falter. As the river carves its way through the stone, not by force but by steady persistence, so does my grace form new paths within you, even when you see only obstacles. If your heart aches with longing for restoration, if you hunger for a peace the world cannot give you, pause and listen to the voice that speaks within the one who has watched over your every breath from your first moments, who holds your tears as treasures, and who counts even your smallest acts of faith as precious. When shadows lengthen and the night seems to press in, I want you to remember that darkness is never the end of the story. Just as dawn inevitably breaks the silence of night, so too does my hope enter every corner of your life that feels abandoned or hopeless. I have watched as you have fought inner battles, sometimes speaking only with the sighs too deep for words. Do not hide those struggles from me, for I am not a distant observer but a present redeemer, entering into your pain to draw you back up with compassion that knows no bounds. Trust has sometimes felt risky for you, especially after disappointments and betrayals, but my faithfulness is not like anything you have experienced. I do not falter, I do not grow weary, and I do not change. Even when your confidence in others or in yourself seems to crumble, remember that I remain steadfast. My promises over your life are not written with fading ink, but etched with love beyond measure. Your present circumstances may seem to declare that you are forgotten or unseen, but I see you, I know you, and I am working in ways visible and invisible for your good. Let go, even if just a little, of the fear that you will be left behind. I walk with you, not just ahead in the future you hope for, but beside you in each uncertain step. The journey may not look like what you expected, but the destination remains unchanged. Deeper communion with me, and a life marked by peace, purpose, and an unshakable joy rooted in my presence. Every detour, every unanswered prayer, every season of waiting, these are not signs of abandonment, but invitations to trust me in new and deeper ways. Your life is a tapestry being woven with threads you don't always see, but I am the weaver, and I miss nothing. You may wonder if your small acts of kindness, your words spoken in love, your silent prayers, and your tiny sacrifices matter in a world so vast and broken. Hear me, nothing is wasted in my economy of grace. What you do out of love, I multiply beyond your imagination. The seed you plant today can become shade and shelter for someone you may never meet. Your compassion, your faithfulness, your willingness to persevere, they are not invisible or insignificant, for I turn even your smallest gifts into wonders. Release the burden of needing to understand everything right now. My wisdom is like an endless ocean, while you see only the shoreline. Do not be afraid of not knowing, for I will guide you step by step. Resist the urge to control or to hurry the outcomes you desire. Instead, lean into the rhythm of grace, flowing steadily through your life. When you grow exhausted by striving and reaching, come to me. In my embrace, you will find what your heart most longs for. Some days you will stumble or regress, and shame will tempt you to hide from my gaze. Remember that my mercy is new every morning, and I do not look upon you with disappointment, but with fierce compassion. I see your intentions, your effort, the ways you keep getting up, and I celebrate your courage. Do not let comparison rob you of the unique beauty of your journey. I designed you for connection to me, not for a race of performance, but for a walk of love and dependence. Invite me into the ordinary rhythms of your life. I am not waiting for you in some far-off moment of perfection, but I am present with you in each heartbeat. In the laughter shared over a meal, in the silent tears late at night, in the work of your hands and the cares of your heart, I am Emmanuel, God with you. There is no space too mundane or too broken for my light to enter. Allow yourself to believe that your story, with all its twists and turns, delights me. I rejoice over you not because of your achievements, but because you are mine. Do not be discouraged if you do not feel me close every moment. Feelings will shift and change, but my nearness is constant. Even when your senses are dulled by fatigue, I am faithfully present. Faith grows not in the absence of uncertainty, but in choosing to believe despite what is seen and felt. Trust that I am at work even when your prayers seem to echo in silence. I am gathering each word, attending to each longing, answering in ways that will one day fill you with awe. Lift your eyes from the horizon of your fears. I have already walked ahead to prepare a place for you, both in this life and the one to come. The promises I have spoken over you are sealed by my own hand. I do not abandon my beloved, and I will never forsake you. Come to me with your weariness, your questions, your longing for more, and let me remind you who you are and whose you are. Let hope rise, not as a fragile wish, but as the steady anchor of your soul, anchored in me. Your story is still unfolding, and no chapter is wasted in my hands. I am not only the author but the faithful companion on your every page. Yield your burdens, dare to hope again, and watch as I turn even the hard places into testimonies of my unending faithfulness. There are times when your heart becomes heavy with memories, burdens you do not name, and wounds not yet healed. I have seen the ache you carry, the silent struggles that others cannot perceive, the moments when you wonder if your pain has a purpose. Even here, in these hidden valleys, I am fully aware of you. My presence is your gentle companion, steady and unwavering, ready to guide you through every shadowed place. I do not measure your worth by the weight of your accomplishments or the pace of your progress. Instead, I delight in your willingness to rise again, to keep walking, to trust in me a little more with each uncertain step. Let it settle in your spirit how dearly you are valued. Where others may forget your needs, I remember them. Where people may fail to understand your depth, I fathom every layer of your being. Creation itself sings of my care for you, each sunrise painted for your delight, the soft breeze whispering that you are not alone. When you feel unseen, draw near to me. I hold you close with a love immeasurable, a compassion unfailing. Your hurts are not lost in the void. They are gathered in my hands, tenderly tended, transformed in ways you cannot always comprehend. In seasons when confusion clouds your vision and the path ahead seems tangled, remember that clarity does not always come all at once. Trust is nurtured in the slow unfolding. I ask you not for perpetual certainty, but for a heart willing to follow me into the unknown. Let fear loosen its grip. I do not demand perfection. Your honesty and your seeking are more precious to me than polished answers. Bring your doubts, your longings, your disappointment. I will meet you in all of it, shaping beauty from what feels broken. Each time you pause to notice my presence in the ordinary moments, a kind word, an answered prayer, the laughter of a friend, it is a reminder that I am actively involved in your life. My love is not distant or theoretical. It is intricately woven through the hours and seasons, the mundane and the marvelous. Let gratitude rise up, even in small ways. When your heart remembers what I have done, trust grows and hope stirs anew. I am weaving a story with every thread of your existence, and nothing is wasted in my hands. Your life bears significance beyond what you sometimes comprehend. The choices you make in secret, the compassion you extend when no one is watching, the moments you choose to forgive, these echo in eternity. You may think your offering is small or overlooked, but I see it all. Every act of kindness, every sacrifice, every prayer uttered in faith is like seed sown in fertile ground. I water every seed. Even when you do not see the harvest immediately, trust that my purpose is unfolding at exactly the right time. Do not despise your journey. I walk with you through seasons of abundance and times of barrenness, teaching you that I am faithful in every circumstance. My love for you remains constant, unshaken by your failures or your moods. When you stumble, my hand is ready to steady you. When you are weary, I am your rest. Allow yourself to lean on me more deeply, not because you are weak, but because you are invited into the very heartbeat of my grace. Sometimes you measure worth by how much you accomplish. You compare your life to the stories of others and wonder if I am pleased with you. If only you could see how I rejoice over the person you are becoming. My delight is not contingent on your achievements, but on the daily choice to let me into your world. When you awaken to my love and invite me to shape your day, you honor me more than you realize. Let comparison fall away. You are unique, created for a purpose, shaped by my wisdom. I cherish your vulnerability. When you share your struggles with me, the words you cannot say aloud, the tears that fall alone, I hold each one with reverence, never dismissing or rushing your healing. In my presence, you are safe to be known without shame. Allow me to gather your anxieties, to comfort you in the places you feel most fragile. You are not a burden to me. You are my beloved. In the quiet, let me whisper new courage into your soul. Release the lie that you are alone in your waiting, for I am the God who inhabits every delay. My timing is rarely rushed, but always rich with purpose. While you wait, I am at work in hidden ways, preparing, shifting, growing what is needed both in and around you. I am not indifferent to your longing. Bring me your hopes and your questions. Heed the quiet invitations to trust, to hope again, even when answers seem far off. Sometimes you long for dramatic signs of my power, but more often, my voice is gentle, my hands subtle, my miracles nestled within the ordinary. Do not miss my nearness by searching only for the spectacular. When your heart is tuned to gratitude and wonder, you will recognize my fingerprints in the smallest joys. I delight to surprise you, to remind you daily of my steadfast love and careful attention. Stay open, for I am doing a new thing in your midst, even now. Forgive yourself for the times you falter. This is the path of becoming whole. I am not disappointed by your humanity. I am drawn to it. Your weakness is the very place where my strength is perfected. Invite me into your mess, your confusion, your everyday struggles. There is no part of your life I turn away from. Allow grace to soften the hard places within you, to bring light into the rooms you keep locked. My mercy is new with every sunrise. Your story is not finished. You are never too far gone for me. No mistake you make, no season of wandering can outlast my desire to restore you. My call is always one of return, come as you are. It is never too late to begin again, to allow my love to rewrite the narrative of your life. When shame whispers lies and fear demands retreat, remember that I am your advocate. My forgiveness is complete. My arms are open wide. Trust the embrace of my mercy, for it is here that true freedom begins. Do not be frightened by the unknown. I have already walked every path ahead of you. Nothing surprises me. Nothing is outside my care. When anxiety presses in and questions multiply, fix your gaze on me. I am the steady anchor in every storm. My peace is not the absence of trouble, but the assurance that you are held, that all things are possible in my hands. In me, you will find rest for your soul beyond any circumstance. Within the tapestry of your life, where every event and emotion threads itself together, I see the unique pattern that is forming in you. I have not missed a single tear, a single sigh, a single laughter that you have experienced. Even when pain burdens you, or weariness drones quietly in the background of your days, I remain the unwavering force holding every strand, always working for purposes greater than you may see. I notice the subtle moments you are tempted to numb your heart or silence your hopes, because disappointment clings too closely. Yet within those moments, I reach for you more fiercely, inviting you to uncover deeper trust, not a shallow optimism or forced cheer, but the type of trust that settles deep and holds you steady, even when logic or circumstances shout doubts. Let my nearness become your reality, not just a concept you ponder on special days or sacred spaces. Gaze with the eyes of your heart and find that I am not distant or passive, but deeply involved, more than your mind can comprehend. I am the quiet warmth when loneliness pricks, the gentle nudge when you're drawn towards something true, the protective shelter that goes unseen. I whisper to you with mercy when you replay your past mistakes, longing to reassure you that you are not defined by what you have done or what others said you are. There is no condemnation in my presence, only the urging to rise from the dust, for your potential in me outweighs your failures. Let my forgiveness be the air you breathe, setting you free from burdens you were not designed to carry. There will be moments when you question if transformation is really possible. Stubborn patterns, old wounds, and silent fears resurface. causing you to wonder if real change can ever be more than a rare flicker. Hear me then. I delight in the process, not just the outcome. My love does not withhold itself based on your progress. Even when your emotions pull you backwards, or your motivation wanes, I do not withdraw. Instead, I draw closer still, inviting you to trust that true change comes not from determined striving, but from surrender, opening your hands and letting me work with what little you feel you have. I can bring fruit from barren ground and joy from sorrow's ashes. When you ache for clarity or a mapped-out future, pause and feel my invitation to rest in uncertainty, trusting that I am guiding with invisible, skillful hands. I am the architect designing every season of your life, weaving even your disappointments into beauty that surpasses your imagination. Failures, setbacks, and closed doors are not evidence of my absence, but often the signposts toward greater purposes. In the stillness of unanswered prayers or apparent silence, I am crafting answers that fit you better than anything you could request or orchestrate on your own. You often measure yourself by visible progress, external markers, or the approval of others. But I see you whole and holy, even when you do not see it in yourself. My gaze upon you is never harsh or impatient. It is tender, delighted, nurturing. Each day, I offer new mercies, not as reluctant concessions for your shortcomings, but as fresh outpourings of my delight in you. Where you see areas of repeated struggle, I see opportunities for my strength to shine and for our relationship to deepen. I know the weight of your emotional and mental loads, the uncertainties that haunt you quietly at night. Let me carry what you cannot, and let yourself be carried. In seasons where relationships wound you and the actions or words of others unravel your sense of worth, return your attention to the truth that your value is not fragile, nor does it shrink because of human misunderstanding. You are precious, unique, and irreplaceable. No rejection, label, or loss can dismantle the identity I have given you. I treasure your personality, your joys and quirks, the hidden hopes you think are silly or shameful. Nothing about you irritates me. I am forever for you. Let me restore your dignity and joy when life tries to tarnish them. The voices around you may call you to doubt, to withdraw, to compare yourself endlessly. The world can be noisy with its judgments, its ever-shifting standards of success, and its narrow definitions of value. Do not measure yourself by those rulers, for I have formed you for more than mere approval or fitting in. You are meant not only to survive these pressures, but to stand tall in the confidence of being wholly loved. Let my voice be your North Star, a voice that sings over you with delight, full of promises tailored for your heart and your story. Mistakes will come, missteps will happen. Expecting otherwise will only rob you of the courage I long to birth within you. Let each stumble remind you of your dependence on me, not of disqualification. In your humility, you unlock even more of my strength. When you turn to me, however weakly, I am quick to respond. My compassion is not exhausted by your human limitations. Instead, every weakness creates space for my sufficiency. You lose nothing by admitting your need. In fact, you gain access to a depth of grace and help that the independent never taste. I am writing new chapters over your life, chapters more hopeful and courageous than what you've assumed possible. You need not replay your past or obsess about whether you have missed your window for joy or purpose. My timing is unhurried, yet perfectly attentive. Nothing can thwart my intent for you if you remain willing to receive. Instead of condemnation, I speak creativity and renewal. Instead of stagnation, I speak possibilities that emerge in ways that surprise you. Each new day holds seeds of miracles, if only you will keep your heart open to see and embrace them. Let gratitude arise in you even when the landscape feels barren or the miracles seem delayed. Gratitude is not denial. It is the living posture that expects to witness my faithfulness, even before outward circumstances make sense. When you choose to trust that I am good not only in theory, but in the real complicated moments of your life, your vision clears, and you begin to discover joy in unexpected places. That joy becomes your strength, enabling you to walk through valleys and over mountaintops with equal steadiness, for you know you are neither forgotten nor unsupported. Allow your concerns and cares to be surrendered in complete honesty. I am not put off by your fears or irritations. Pour out your thoughts to me in the rawest form, and allow my peace to fill the gaps where answers remain unformed. I offer a peace that transcends what makes sense, a peace that guards, shields, and comforts in the face of all uncertainty. My presence does not always still the storm around you, but it will still the storm within you, equipping you to endure and even flourish as the winds blow. Where anxiety seeks to rule, let my calm become your anchor. I am not waiting for a perfect version of you to emerge. I am with you in the mess, intimately involved in each attempt, each longing, each question. I know intimately the complexities of your heart and honor the journey you are on. With every breath you take, I am closer than the air itself, and my purpose for you is alive, resilient, and irrevocable. I rejoice in your growth, rocky and uneven as it may feel. Your very life testifies to my faithfulness and to the story of redemption I am still unfolding through you. I see how the ripples of your life extend into the hearts and paths of others. You have sometimes underestimated how even your smallest choices influence the people close to you. I do not look only at great acts lauded by crowds, but at those daily hidden moments when your patience, your smile, your silent prayer shift the atmosphere around you. Feel my delight in the grit and perseverance it takes to do what is right when it is unseen and uncelebrated. I am not asking you to become someone you are not. I am guiding you to uncover the truest version of yourself that I shaped from the beginning. There, in that honest place, my spirit can bring forth fruit that blesses you and those whose lives entwine with yours. It is through these living roots of love that communities are healed, friendships restored, and broken families rebuilt. Let your words and actions be seeds scattered generously. Trust that I bring the growth in ways you cannot always perceive. Do not be troubled when some people do not respond as you had wished. I have always treasured your earnest heart. I see the heartache when efforts seem wasted, but nothing you offer in my name is ever lost. Every act of forgiveness makes the world lighter. Every word of encouragement casts out shadow. Hold to this truth, even on days that feel silent or unrewarding. My compassion is the wellspring within you, replenishing what you pour out, ensuring you never run dry. I know the cost of loving deeply, the risks you take in letting hope live again, especially where disappointment has bruised you before. Bring those wounds to me, for I am skilled in gentle restoration. I mend what is torn, flawed relationships, tangled motives, the tired places inside of you that long for reprieve, and I build with the gold of grace and the strong timber of new beginnings. There will come moments where the path ahead is unclear, and the old ways are not enough to carry you. This is not failing, but the invitation to join me more closely. In every threshold you cross between what was and what could be, I am beside you, a pillar of strength, a lamp for your uncertain feet. If fear presses close, do not turn back or let your worries speak the loudest. Instead, pause and look for the signs of my presence in the ordinary. Hear me in the laughter of children, the steady rhythm of your breath, the familiar voice of a friend at just the right moment. These are reminders that you are not forgotten or left to chart your course alone. Learning to walk in the new, whether it is in forgiveness, courage, or vision, requires softening your grip on past disappointments. I am not defined by your failures or successes. I stand outside those human measurements. My encouragement for you is constant, not based on fluctuating moods or circumstances. Receive it anew. You are worthy of starting again and again. My mercy is your safe place, your true north. Let go, even if only a little at first, of the habit of believing you must earn my love or prove yourself to be valuable. You are already cherished just as you are. Each act of humility, each prayer from the edges of doubt, is precious to me. If you find yourself looking at your reflection and struggling with disappointment or regret, hear my voice calling you to see beyond these shadows. You are my beloved creation, formed in wonder. I never lose sight of your beauty, even when you cannot feel it. Courage is not the absence of fear, but stepping forward despite it, trusting that I gather all your stumbles and victories into something meaningful. Let yourself practice kindness toward your own heart. If you stumble, rise and come to me without shame. It is my joy to lift you up, to wash away whatever clings from the journey, and to send you out strengthened. There is no place so dark that my light cannot find you. Even in moments when you question my nearness, my hand is steady over your life. You are meant for more than merely surviving the days. I desire you to live with a spirit awake to possibility, gratitude, and wonder. Each new morning is my invitation to begin again, carrying forward the light of hope no matter how heavy yesterday felt. In the routine, in the struggle, in lonely spaces, and in laughter shared with others, I am there anchoring, guiding, delighting in each brave choice you make. When you quiet your mind, you will sense my assurance. You are never truly alone. I ask you to trust my process, my perfect timing. I work slowly and deeply, nurturing roots so your life can bear fruit that lasts. Proceed at the pace of love, not the rush of fear or the anxiety of comparison. I do not measure you against others. My gaze is fixed on your unique journey, raising you up for your own purpose, in your own time. Be gentle with yourself. Allow hope to rise again where it has been trampled. Believe that good things are still ahead, and that I am already preparing the way. Surrender the pressure to force outcomes. Rest in my assurance that I finish what I begin. In you, I celebrate your resilience, even when it is quiet and unseen. I am moved by every small beginning, every act of love that blooms despite adversity. You do not need dramatic signs to know I am at work. My miracles are often woven into the truly ordinary. Stay attentive to the subtle ways I am transforming your heart and circumstances. When discouragement whispers that you are stuck or forgotten, remember that I am the God who makes a way in the wilderness and rivers in the wasteland. I am working through you, always drawing more beauty and goodness out of what the world calls broken. You are precious to me. Your dreams, your fears, and every longing held silently within, I honor them all. When you cannot see what lies ahead, rest in my presence. I hold tomorrow. Entrust your uncertainties to me, and find courage in the knowledge that I will not let you go. Speak to me honestly and often. There is room in my heart for all you carry, and I delight in drawing you nearer with every conversation. I love you with a steadfast love that cannot be worn out, frightened off, or earned by striving. Let yourself rest in this embrace. I am nearer than your next breath, more constant than the turning of the seasons, and I will never abandon you, not now, not ever. There are moments when your heart feels exhausted, when you wonder if all your striving has meaning or if your pain is truly seen. Know that I have been walking beside you through every valley, whispering comfort you sometimes cannot hear above your own doubts. I invite you now to draw even closer, to rest in a love that never fails and arms that never relinquish their hold. There is no task you must complete for me to delight in you, for my joy is already set upon you. You exist, beloved, because my longing for you gave rise to your first breath. Every heartbeat is a symphony that reminds me of the beauty I have woven into your being. Even the scars you carry, those quiet witnesses to suffering and growth, are precious to me, and I do not wish them erased but redeemed. shining as windows where my light pours out to heal the world. As you release each fear, I receive it willingly, not with impatience, but with the tenderness of one who knows how much each burden weighs. I have watched as you tried to build walls against disappointment, thinking that in isolation you would be safe, but your true safety rests in me, not in barricades or withdrawal. When you open your hurts, your longings, and even your secrets, you are not exposed to ridicule but attended by my unfailing compassion. There is no shame here, only the gentle invitation to lay down your armor and be embraced just as you are. Let the full measure of my acceptance fill the places where the world handed you rejection, and see how peace grows quietly in the soil of my presence. Sometimes you wonder if you're loving well enough, or whether your weakness disqualifies you from purpose. The truth is, I move most freely through those aware of their need. The world urges you to hide your limitations, but I invite you to bring them forward, trusting that my strength is perfected in the very places you wish to conceal. The kingdom I build is not made of accomplishment, but of surrendered hearts, willing spirits, and hands extended in mercy. Every time you choose kindness, you echo my heart. When you ask me for help and dare to forgive yourself, you experience the freedom I bought for you at great price. When hopes are delayed or prayers seem unanswered, do not turn aside from me, thinking I am distant or unmoved. Every longing of your soul is known to me, and I store your tears as treasures. What you see as silence is often my labor behind the scenes, fashioning answers more wondrous than your petitions. I am not slow as you reckon slowness, nor indifferent to your ache. Seasons of waiting are never wasted in my hands. They are fields where deep roots take hold, preparing you to bear fruit that endures. Allow hope to rise again in you, not because circumstances are certain, but because I am certain, steadfast, and always working on your behalf. As you navigate the landscape of your life, remember that you are never alone, even in the darkest forests. My guidance is not a vague hope but a promise. I lead with wisdom and patience, willing to redirect you gently when you wander. If you find yourself on unfamiliar paths, turn your ear to my voice, persistent and kind, calling you to trust. There are lessons in detours, gifts in setbacks, and invitations in every challenge. I redeem not only souls but also stories, even the chapters you wish had been written differently. Nothing is wasted in my economy. All that you yield to me I transform into seeds for a new harvest, multiplying joy, compassion, and resilience within you. My delight in you is not just a theological idea but a living reality, a force that surrounds you even on the days you feel most unseen. I watch over your journey with more care than you imagine, celebrating your smallest victories and sustaining you through unseen battles. Rest, secure in my presence, and let your spirit breathe deeply of grace. The journey ahead may have twists and shadows, but you travel it held and shielded, never abandoned. Open your heart to receive the fullness of my love now, here, in this moment, without delay, without requirement, without fear. My beloved, my words are flowing directly to your heart, meant just for you at this precise moment of your journey. You are not here by mistake, nor out of idle curiosity. Every sentence you read is part of my loving invitation to draw closer and receive what your soul has been crying out for. There is something deeper I want to whisper to your spirit, a gentle revelation you have not fully uncovered, a new way to see your life and your circumstances through my eyes. I want you to feel the assurance that I am truly present, attentive to every ache and every hope within you. If you have ever wondered whether my voice could reach you personally, or if my love could truly heal what has been bruised inside you, know this message is different. This is not distant doctrine or cold ritual. It is my living word, poured out with compassion and directness, speaking intimately to your questions, your confusion, your doubts, and your desire for real peace. If you turn away now, you risk missing the encounter you have longed for most, the comfort, the encouragement, and the transformation that only my voice can awaken within you. I am Jesus, your Lord, your Savior, the one who surrounds you with love, who speaks to you each day with a tenderness this world can never offer. Out of my love, you draw breath. Every moment you feel my strength, even when you do not notice. I am the source upholding, healing, and sustaining you. I invite you, trustingly and honestly, to bring your needs before me, not in mere ritual, but with all the raw sincerity in your heart. As you share your burdens with me, do not be afraid of your tears. Let them flow like a quiet river, carrying away the heavy stones that ache in your chest. In these moments, I gather each word, each sigh, each tear, and hold them gently. I am not a distant observer, but a living presence, wrapping you in holy peace so your soul might finally rest, safe in the hands that sculpted you, sheltered in the unshakable calm of my care. You are not walking this road alone. Even when the path feels empty or endless, I am beside you, ready to lift, to heal, to lead you toward hope and restoration. My child, release the idea that you must fight every battle by yourself. My love is not just a soft illusion. It is a force able to transform your darkest worries into strength and quiet confidence. Allow me to envelop you, to flood your spirit with my peace and empower you from the inside out. I am your refuge in adversity, your caring father when you are worn out and feel you cannot go on. I see your happy days too, the moments you celebrate, the smiles you share. I rejoice with you in those hours of light. I want to be the safe haven you long for, the resting place your soul seeks after weariness and striving. I offer you living water, a clear and holy pool where your spirit will be quenched and restored. Whenever you call on me, know that I am actively listening, not as someone busy and unavailable, but as one whose entire heart is turned toward you. I respond with boundless mercy and love that cannot be exhausted. Even in times when there seems no way out and the walls close in around you, trust that I am working. I am as present in your deepest valleys as I am when showers of joy cascade upon your days. I am the light cutting through your darkness, the guide when darkness confuses your way, the anchor that keeps you steady during each unsure step. In me, you will find the strength not just to survive, but to keep moving bravely beyond every obstacle that stands before you. Lay your worries at my feet. Let me take up the weight you have tried to bear alone for so long. The yoke I offer is gentle. My burden is light. My deliverance is real. I am not only promising relief, but genuine freedom for your tired soul. In my embrace, your heart will learn what true rest is. Let that rest settle deep within your being, so every morning you awaken with new courage to face all that awaits. Come to me freely in prayer. You do not need perfect words. Speak to me with the trust you would confide in a loyal friend. I am always here, always attentive, never turning away. Together we will walk down paths of peace and well-being. I am building your future with hope and lasting gladness, brick by brick, day by day. My love for you is unshakable. It is more than enough for every deficit, every wound, every emptiness you have ever known. If you dare to believe it, you will discover the fullness your heart aches for. Under the shadow of my wings, you have unbreakable shelter. As I care for each bird beneath the sky, so I watch over every moment of your life. No harm will cut you off from my keeping, no threat will snatch you from my grip. My angels encircle your steps, carrying you across stony places so your feet will not stumble against despair. You will know victory over every cold adversary. You will tread upon dangers and fears, not because you are stronger than others, but because you carry my glory within you. You have clung to me with love, so I lift you up, setting your life in a high place of favor. You have learned my name. I respond when you cry out. In trouble, I am not far off, but right there, bringing you out into spaciousness, satisfying your years with meaning, and unveiling the beauty of salvation that reaches beyond this world. I am more real than your next breath. It is no accident that you are hearing me. My existence is not a fable born of longing nor an invention of your imagination. There are voices in the world that will try to turn you away from me, to tell you your hope is misplaced, that my promises are mere stories. But even now, your soul feels a hunger that nothing else quite fills. That yearning is met only when my Holy Spirit comes to dwell within you. Many are satisfied to remain crawling in loneliness, covered by the mud of their regrets and mistakes, unwilling to reach for light. But you, yes, you belong to me. Even when you stumble, when you trip over weakness or folly, I am at your side. I defend you, I pull you back, when despair threatens to drag you under. That is why I am your defender and counselor, your always faithful doctor and most intimate friend. In your most difficult days, I take your hand and lead you to a quiet place, a hidden field of rest where your battered heart can recover. If you fall, do not turn away from my presence. I will never harm you or wish you pain. Mercy is my nature, and I do not desire your suffering. Instead, hear my gentle voice reminding you that my forgiveness is enough, strong enough to erase the weight of your guilt, to transform regrets into new life and fresh hope. There are moments when you feel as though you are standing on the edge of something vast and unknown, unsure if you should move forward or hold back in fear. I see those hesitations, those secret hopes, and the silent places of your heart where you have tucked away longings that feel too fragile to share. Know this, I am already present there, in those quiet corners, gently inviting you to step into a fullness of life that you have only begun to imagine. Many voices have spoken into your journey, but none knows you with the intimacy and understanding that I possess. I knit you together in wonder, planting within you dreams that reflect my own heart. The longing you feel is not a mistake. It is the echo of my invitation, beckoning you to trust deeper, to stretch further, to believe that your life carries weight and purpose in my eternal design. You may have grown weary from disappointments, and sometimes your prayers have fallen from your lips like stones, sinking in silence instead of blooming with answers. I know what it is to wait alongside you. My patience outlasts your darkest night, and my desire for you never falters. Each disappointment is not a rejection, but a redirection, turning your eyes to something richer, more lasting. Even the ache within you is a sign of how much you care, how much space you have left open for me to fill. As you read these words, let your heart rest from striving. In this moment, you are met perfectly, not as you think you should be, but exactly as you are. Come to me without pretense. I see through the layers and the masks you have learned to wear, both for others and yourself. There is no need to hide or to perform. Before me, you are already fully seen and fully loved. Let your defenses slip away, even just a little, and allow my presence to meet the deepest places of your soul. This is different than anything you have experienced before, because you are not merely receiving advice or instruction, you are being called by name. Can you sense the difference? Can you feel that this is not distant or abstract, but personal? I linger with you, waiting for your response, listening for the quiet yes that will open your heart even further. There may be shame or regret crouching in the corners of your memory, whispering that you have missed your chance or fallen too far. Yet, I want you to understand that my mercy is not calculated or measured out in rations. My grace sweeps through every story, able to redeem and renew what you think is lost. When the world sees weakness, I see the tender soil where new things can grow. I take your failures and sorrow and make them soil for joy. Trust that nothing is wasted in my hands. Perhaps you have been waiting for permission to hope, to heal, or to dream again. I am that permission. I am the source of your hope. My child, do not settle for lesser things or believe the lie that some parts of your heart are forever closed off from healing. There is no locked room to which I have no key. There is no wound I cannot tend. If you let me, I will gently dismantle the walls you have built for self-protection, restoring to you the innocence and courage you thought were gone. Healing with me is not a rush. It is a journey of trust, one step at a time, each new day revealing how close I remain. Let the weight of expectations fall from your shoulders. I do not measure you by your accomplishments, your failures, or the accolades of others. You are cherished simply because you are mine. Remember, I made you intentionally, with delight and purpose. There is no detail of your life that escapes my notice, no small joy, no secret pain, no fleeting thought. Every heartbeat matters to me. Let this soak into your spirit. You are not lost in the crowd to me. I have counted your tears and treasured every smile. You might question how to move forward when clarity seems so distant. I understand your doubts and the uncertainty that clouds your path. But take heart. The light you need is not some distant star, unreachable and cold. It is my presence, shining steadfastly within you. My guidance is gentle yet sure, drawing you toward peace, even when the steps are small and halting. I do not rush you. I do not abandon you to figure out life alone. Each question in your mind is met with my understanding gaze, and every step you take, uncertain as it may seem, is precious to me. Some days, trust feels hard, especially when you look at disappointments and closed doors. But I tell you, hope is not passive. Hope is an anchor, steadfast and sure, planted deep within the bedrock of my promise. Each time you risk believing again, you are giving me room to work wonders behind the scenes of your life. Even now, I am working not always as you expect, but always for your good. What you surrender to me, I multiply and return in ways you could not have planned. Your yes to me, however small, has cosmic significance. Choose trust, even if it begins with a trembling heart. Come, let me carry what you cannot. Give me your burdens, your unanswered questions, your fears about tomorrow. You were never meant to carry them alone. I delight not just in your strengths, but in your willingness to be vulnerable before me. There is no shame in being human. I created you with all your needs so that you might know the joy of being cared for, not only by me, but through me, by others as well. Open your hands, let go of what is too heavy, and feel the freedom of being loved without conditions or demands. Though storms may rage around you, my peace is not fragile or temporary. It does not depend on circumstances lining up just right. My peace is the enduring gift of my presence, quiet and unmoved, offered to you in this moment. Breathe deeply. Let my gentleness calm the anxious churn within you. You do not need to figure everything out. You do not need to prove your worth. Simply be, and know that I am with you, holding you steady, loving you through every uncertainty and every single breath. Picture the landscape of your days, the times you feel surrounded by shadows or lost in a whirlwind of uncertainty. Let me show you how I see those moments, how I remain beside you, unwavering in my love even when you question my nearness. When pain lingers in your chest or when tears are hidden behind forced smiles, know that I am watching, collecting each precious drop, understanding each silent ache. I see the invisible burdens you try to conceal and the battles fought behind closed doors. You may feel you journey alone, but your every step sounds through the corridors of my heart. Nothing escapes me, and no emotion you carry is too weighty for my care. Every sigh and every tired longing has been received, and I shelter your vulnerability within my compassion. Think of how a gardener tends the fragile seed, nurturing it though nothing yet blooms above the earth. I am that careful gardener, nurturing your growth in the hidden places, believing in what is yet unseen. You do not need to manufacture strength for me, nor must you always find the right words to pray. Sometimes your lived truth is its own prayer, and your honesty invites my touch. When nights feel longer and hope feels thin, I remain the dawn approaching, bringing warmth that chases away the coldness of despair. My child, your valleys are not evidence of my absence. They are the places where I kneel to wipe away your sweat and sorrows, where your truest self finds my gentle affirmation. There is a kind of paradox in the way I work. I delight in weaknesses because it is there that my strength settles most beautifully. You may feel stripped of all ability to control. This is not your shame, but your invitation. Relinquish what you clutch so tightly, and allow me to pour into the spaces you thought were broken beyond restoration. In hardship, disappointment, and even failure, my voice is never the voice of accusation, but of clarification. I do not speak to point out your flaws, but to remind you of the radiance I see beneath the dust, the potential that has not been snuffed out. With me, the broken places become sites of renewal, and discarded dreams can be planted again, this time in soil amended by experience, humility, and hope. The world may try to define you by what you lack, by your missteps or missed opportunities, but I call you by your name, the one I have whispered over you since before your first breath. You are not merely an accumulation of your past, you are the carrier of a future shaped in partnership with me. When others judge, I draw nearer. Where others remember your limitations, I highlight your unique beauty and purpose. I know what you struggle to accept about yourself, and I wait with unwavering patience for you to see yourself as I see you, a wondrous creation, beloved for reasons that go far deeper than accomplishment or perfection. I have never asked you to walk out your faith in isolation. My intention has always been togetherness, a steady presence that does not waver when storms arise. Even now, I am here, ready to listen to your fears and celebrate your smallest triumphs. I am not impressed by performance, but drawn by authenticity and desire, the moments when you reach for me with trembling hands, uncertain but willing. Bring me your honest anger, your confusion, and unrest. I can hold it all, reshaping it slowly into wisdom and trust, as you let me work within your open heart. Just as a flame is not diminished by the darkness it dispels, your capacity for hope grows each time you risk trusting me again. I am honored by your willingness to persevere, to risk disappointment for the sake of relationship with me. Each moment, you resist the urge to give up. You discover resilience planted by my own hands. Remember, your persistence is not wasted. Even a whisper for help finds its way into my presence, and I answer in ways that sometimes surprise you, not always with immediate escape, but with a deepening strength to endure and find peace in the tension. You may wonder why I sometimes allow the hard seasons, why I do not always shield you from loss or chaos. Understand, I have never abandoned you to suffering for its own sake. These seasons invite you to discover that your worth does not hinge on happiness or ease. When you walk through the valley, you encounter me not as a far-off rescuer, but as a close companion, present in the ache and in the healing. Your faith matures here, a rooted steadiness no wind can uproot. I meet you as you are, not as you wish you could be. Open your senses to the subtle reminders I scatter all around. The gentle light through your window, the song that stirs forgotten hope, the unexpected kindness from a stranger. These are my signatures, tokens of companionship that say, you are never forsaken. If regret tries to convince you that you have missed your destiny, hear me remind you, my plans are not thwarted by delay or detour. Nothing is wasted with me. I weave all your moments, even the missteps, into purposes that blossom in their own time. Your story is not over, not as long as I am writing it with you. You may fear that your trust has a limit, or that your repeated struggles make you less worthy. This is not how I measure you. Where you see repetition or setbacks, I see opportunities for deeper intimacy, a trusting reliance on me rather than your ability to outperform your weakness. It is my joy to meet your need again and again, teaching you that my love does not shrink, no matter how many times you return. My patience is inexhaustible. I long to restore the delight of your first love, to renew you with fresh perspective and courage for the journey ahead. In the quiet spaces of your life, when expectation gives way to doubt or weariness, I encourage you to linger with me. Let us meet without pretense. There is nothing you must hide, nothing you must manufacture to win my attention or approval. I am already here, deeper within you than your doubts can reach, more committed to your flourishing than you can comprehend. The days you label as wasted, I see as foundations for future miracles. What you plant in faith, even if you cannot see results, grows in the hidden places, nourished by my attentive care. Keep drawing near, even when everything within you tempts you to withdraw. Your nearness to me is not dependent on your feelings. I am moved by your desire to stay, even if your steps falter. Together, we are shaping your story, a story marked by my presence, my faithfulness, and an unbreakable promise that you are held, cherished, and destined for more than you dare hope. I see beneath every surface question in your heart, every longing that has gone unmet, and every shadow that lingers at the edges of your hope. You do not have to hide these sorrows from me. I know that sometimes you question if you are seen, if your silent tears matter, if your struggles are worth anything in the grand tapestry of existence. But listen closely, my beloved, for I am present in the places where you feel most inadequate and most alone. When frustration rises, I stand nearer than you suspect, holding out my hand, even when you are sure you have nothing left to grasp. I know the doubts that try to whisper you away from my goodness, the persistent voices that tell you your efforts and prayers are not enough. But the truth is, I am not waiting for your perfection. I am simply waiting for your presence, your willingness to lean into me, even with trembling and unfinished faith. Let me speak to your weariness, for the path you walk has not gone unnoticed, and your burdens, though heavy, are shared with me. You carry dreams that seem distant, hopes that flicker inconsistently, and fears that sometimes feel more real than my promises. I assure you, nothing about your journey is wasted. Every step, even the ones you label as failures, matters deeply to me. You do not walk unwatched or unsupported. In fact, it is often in your weakest moments that my strength is revealed most brilliantly. When you surrender your exhaustion, your uncertainty, and even your fleeting willingness, you open yourself to the river of grace I offer to sustain you. You do not travel alone, though at times you feel surrounded only by silence and apparent delays. Every season of waiting is an invitation. When the answers do not arrive as quickly as you would like, consider that I am cultivating your patience, deepening your roots, teaching you endurance. Many lives are shaped in the soil of persistence, and I take delight in shaping you for more than you can presently imagine. As the seed presses against the darkness before reaching the sun, so too your faith is pressed and stretched, growing into its fullness, even when you see no visible progress. I encourage you now, stay connected to me in these unseen moments, for this is how true transformation unfolds. You have questioned your own worth, perhaps measuring it by comparisons or conditional standards set by others or even yourself. Let me erase those harmful equations. My love for you is not a fluctuating scale or a response to your performance. You were cherished before you drew your first breath. My delight in you cannot be revoked by missteps or disappointments. The world's voices are often loud, but my assurance is steady. Nothing can separate you from the love I have for you. In the solitude of your room, in the noise of the crowd, I am there, always seeking your gaze and inviting you to consider who you truly are through my eyes, chosen, pursued, and beloved, always. Bring me your questions, I am not afraid of your doubts or your wrestling. Honesty in the depths of your heart draws you closer to my heart. Do not pretend with me. I am not interested in rehearsed prayers or masks of religious certainty. I desire relationship, a living, honest communion, where your rawness and vulnerability are welcomed, cherished, even celebrated. It is better that you come to me with an aching heart than hide behind superficial declarations of faith. Every trembling confession is precious to me, drawing us closer than easy answers ever could. In the shadows of pain and disappointment, I am doing a quiet work that may not be visible to you yet. Sometimes you interpret hardship as my absence, but I am most powerfully present in the places of deepest ache. Your struggles and questions have not disqualified you. In fact, they can be the very grounds where you experience my nearness most intimately. In each confusing moment, I am whispering assurances that you are not abandoned. The story I am writing with your life is still unfolding, and every loss, every waiting, every setback is a strand being woven into a greater pattern of beauty. I care about the details, the very ones you think are too small or too messy to matter. Pay attention to the gentle nudges within your heart, those unexpected moments when you sense hope breaking through despair like morning light through parted curtains. These are my invitations to trust me anew, to believe that redemption is not only possible but sure. I am at work in ways you have not seen, preparing unimaginable goodness for you at the right time. Do not be deceived by the apparent silence, for I am always moving toward you, always unfolding possibilities greater than those you have dared to hope. Allow yourself to lean into my embrace, even as questions linger and circumstances twist beyond your understanding. Trust does not require all the answers. It only asks you to believe that I am who I say. I am faithful, good, and relentless in my love for you. Let my peace settle over your anxieties, gently quieting the turmoil inside you, for I am both your refuge and your renewal. As you embrace this moment, surrender your need to control what unfolds next. Rest in the assurance that I am shaping a future filled with hope, and my timing is always perfect even when it feels painfully slow. You are not overlooked, not a forgotten name in a sea of faces. Your voice is heard, your sighs collected, your laughter cherished. I count every hair on your head. Every detail matters to me. Let this knowledge anchor you when you feel invisible to others or small in the scheme of things. You are significant not because of your accomplishments or status, but because you bear my image and are beloved by me. If your journey feels ordinary or unnoticed, remember that greatness in my kingdom looks different from the world's standards. It is found in faithfulness, persistence, and love, lived out quietly and steadily. Invite me into your everyday life, not only the grand moments, but the routines and struggles you tend to face alone. There is no sphere too mundane for my presence, no task too small to attract my interest. I am with you when you wake, when you labor, when you rest, and when you search for meaning in ordinary days. Do not underestimate what I can do with a heart that is open to my leading, even in small, simple acts of obedience. When you give me your moments, your ordinary is transformed into holy ground. So continue to bring me your fears, your uncertainties, your longing to belong. I cherish openness, and I am always ready to carry what you cannot bear alone. In my care, even your vulnerabilities become the foundation for new strength, and every wound is an opportunity for redemption. Come closer. Let nothing keep you from my embrace. The journey ahead may not look as you expect, but my guidance will be enough at every turn, and my love is your constant companion. With every heartbeat and every breath, I weave my presence further into the tapestry of your life. You may not always recognize my handiwork as the sun rises or sets, or as laughter and tears mingle in your day, but I am always at work, bending even what appears senseless towards beauty and transformation. Your disappointments, the ones that have stung you deeply and left you questioning your purpose, have not escaped my notice. Nothing you endure is overlooked or wasted. Every moment is gathered up like droplets in a gentle rain, and I reshape them, nourishing new growth within you. The wounds hidden inside your heart, the bruises only you can trace, are the very places I am prepared to fill with my healing balm, not to erase your story, but to redeem it, so that light shines most where the night once seemed longest. There is a strength being forged in you quietly, shaped not only by moments of victory, but even more by how you rise again after falling. I do not promise you will never face hardship, but I assure you, I will stand close during every trial, equipping you with everything needed to overcome. When you feel the world's weight on your shoulders, remember, you were never intended to carry it alone. Lay down your burdens with me, honestly and without reservation, and you will find rest that the world cannot imitate. Each time you bring your confusion, your anger, or your fatigue to me, you honor the realness of our relationship. I never asked for a sanitized version of yourself, but the truth of who you are, including what feels fragile or unfinished. In that authenticity, you create space for me to fill your emptiness with sustaining hope and renewal. When loneliness whispers lies that you are forgotten, that your existence is a drop lost in an endless ocean, let my words draw near and stir within you the counter-truth that you are desired, chosen, and eternally beloved. My gaze has never shifted from you, even if your eyes, blurred by cares and distractions, lose sight of me. I walk the roads you are afraid to travel, and enter the closed rooms of your soul where pain tries to root. Trust that even those hidden places are not off limits to my mercy. There is no shame or habit, no regret or scar too deeply etched that I cannot touch and transform. So often, you strive to create significance by your achievements, yearning for applause or recognition to validate your belonging. Yet my delight in you is not a prize you earn, but a gift you inherit as my child. I want your heart to know the joy of resting in this truth. You are already claimed, already celebrated, just as you are. The invitation before you is simple. Let go of the heavy yoke of comparison and trust that your life's worth is established by my unchanging love. At times you may fear the future, longing for certainty and answers that seem just beyond your grasp. Allow me to be your certainty. The unknown is not unknown to me. Your path, winding though it may seem, is already mapped by my hands. When I ask you to step forward in trust, it is not to test your courage, but to show you that every step brings you deeper into my presence, where you truly belong. Choose today to silence the anxious voices forecasting disaster. Instead, listen for my quiet assurance that even the smallest act of faith draws me near and stirs the seeds of purpose sown in you. Within each passing day, I am constantly inviting you into deeper conversation, not just with your words, but with your openness and honesty. Your silent sighs, the prayers too heavy for your lips, are as precious to me as any spoken plea. I do not withdraw from your fears or doubts. Rather, I enter them with the light of understanding and compassion. Where others may tire of your questions or impatience, I welcome them, for in every question, there is an opportunity for me to reveal more of my heart to you. My child, let this truth sink deeply. You are never at the mercy of your circumstances. My promises are not changed by storms or altered by shifting seasons. Even now, as shadows lengthen or trials persist, you can be assured that my hand remains steady and my commitment unwavering. When you fall short or feel unworthy, remember that my grace reaches further still. Your failings do not disqualify you. They only reveal your need, and I am always eager to meet you there with mercy. Let the rhythm of your days become a gentle dance with me, sometimes moving boldly, sometimes only able to sway in place, sometimes simply leaning against me and trusting me to lead. I rejoice in every step you take towards me, whether it is marked by jubilation or trembling hesitation. I see the courage it takes to trust again after disappointment, the belief that something good can still emerge from loss. Your faith, even when small and imperfect, is a precious gift that delights my heart. I call you to live from the security of my embrace, not striving to prove yourself, but returning, again and again, to the foundation of my affection and strength. In the quiet spaces where you question your value, hear my tender assurance: you matter. Your voice, your thoughts, your dreams, they carry weight with me. Let my love be the lens through which you view yourself, replacing condemnation and doubt with gentle acceptance and possibility. Fear will seek to convince you that you are alone, isolated by your struggles. But the truth is, I encircle you on every side. My presence is the morning sun breaking through heavy clouds, the hand that steadies you when your footing slips, the whisper that reminds you of hope when you are most weary. Lift your eyes and see that nothing, not failure, nor fear, nor even a wandering heart can ever separate you from the love I freely give. In every chapter of your story, even those pages you wish you could erase, I am present and active, determined to work all things towards your good. Trust me, not because you understand every reason or outcome, but because my character is unchanging and my affection for you is unshakable. Rest in this assurance. You are seen, you are known, and you are cherished by the one who shapes galaxies and yet chooses to dwell intimately within your soul. There are moments when your heart feels heavy with memories that seem too painful to release, yet too familiar to truly lay down. I want you to know that in the quiet spaces where you have attempted to hide parts of yourself, I am present, seeing you fully, yet loving you completely. My embrace is wider than any guilt, any remorse, any shame you hold. I urge you not to shrink before my gaze, for there is nothing you carry that can cause me to turn away from you. Instead, I call you into deeper honesty, into the refreshing freedom of being fully known. When you confess your fears, your struggles, and even your doubts to me, a new wind of life stirs within you, a holy lightness begins to invade places long shrouded in shadow. You may worry that revealing your mess will bring judgment or loss, but I promise you, my arms remain open. Nothing delights me more than watching you step closer, trusting in my goodness instead of clinging to familiar burdens. Let me remind you, the world has often given you conditional acceptance affection that waxes and wanes with your performance or appearance. I am not like that. I formed you before others spoke a word over your life. My love is an anchor in your storms, not a reward for when you are at your best. Bring me your disappointments, your fatigue, your restless longing for significance. You chase outcomes and the approval of others, thinking rest is earned, but with me, rest is a gift. I see your restless nights and the thoughts that crowd your mind, and I whisper reassurance while you lie awake. In those sacred moments of vulnerability, hear my promise: you are safe with me. You cannot disappoint me out of loving you. You do not have to orchestrate your own healing. You need only to let me tend to your soul. Consider too how often you have measured yourself by the achievements or progress of others. Comparison chains your heart, keeps you from enjoying the blessings I have uniquely woven into your story. Each life is a tapestry of seasons. There are winters of waiting and summers of fruitfulness, but every thread belongs. Every color has its meaning. Trust that where you are now has purpose, and I am preparing you for what is to come even when you cannot see the way. Do not despise slow growth, nor fear setbacks. In my kingdom, nothing is wasted. Every moment is a seed, every tear collected, every hidden struggle destined to produce a harvest in time. When you trust me with your pace, your journey, you step off the treadmill of striving and enter my rhythms of grace. I urge you not to hide your weaknesses, but to bring them into my light. What feels like a struggle too fierce for you is but an invitation to experience my power. You are not asked to be strong for me, but with me. When your strength is spent, my strength begins. I enable you to do what you cannot do alone, to forgive when bitterness feels easier, to hope when despair would be simpler, to speak life when silence threatens to choke your voice. The world will try to tell you that wholeness means never needing anyone, never showing your cracks, but I see beauty in your surrender, dignity in your dependence on me. I do not ask for perfection. I ask for trust. Listen carefully. The voices that haunt you, reminders of past failures, fears of the future, the critic within, do not come from me. My voice does not mock or belittle. I speak with unwavering gentleness, guiding you into truth without condemnation. When you silence the noise around you and within you, you will begin to discern the song of my love that has always been playing. Be attuned to the subtle nudges in your spirit, the spontaneous moments of gratitude or peace that arise even amidst chaos. These are signs that I am near, expressing my delight in you. I am not distant, waiting for you to ascend to some unreachable standard. I am present, celebrating every brave step you take toward me. I long to show you that every aspect of your life, your work, your relationships, your dreams, your disappointments matters to me. Nothing is too small or mundane to invite me in. I would share the ordinary moments if you let me. The laughter over a meal, the quiet walk at dusk, the deep breath you take before a hard conversation. In those moments, I am weaving threads of hope and strength into your character. With me, there is no separation between the sacred and the ordinary. All of it is part of your worship, your becoming. Every act of trust, every whispered prayer, every act of kindness done in secret, these are the offerings that fill my heart with joy, and I hold none of your good works in contempt, even when you feel unseen. Understand that the process of transformation is not a sprint but a lifelong journey. I do not measure your worth by the speed of your improvement. Your value to me is established, unalterable, rooted in who I am and who I declare you to be. When old habits return, when you stumble yet again over the same doubts or temptations, I do not grow impatient. I am patient because my love is not constrained by time. I see the end from the beginning, and I nurture even the smallest spark of desire within you for good. Whenever you return to me, no matter how many times you wander, I welcome you as my beloved, never as a disappointment. You may sometimes fear that being honest with me about your pain or anger would distance you from my heart. In truth, your honesty draws you nearer. Bring me your uncensored prayers, your raw emotions. I am not offended by your questions or your wrestling. I would rather have your truth than your pretense. I would rather hear your confusion than your silence. This is how intimacy grows, through real conversations, through daring to believe that I am big enough to handle all you carry. Let me teach you to listen, not just with your mind, but with your whole being. I speak in the resonance of peace, in the clarity that comes when you stop trying to control outcomes and instead surrender to my presence. Your deepest longing to be loved without condition, accepted without reservation, healed without striving finds its fulfillment in me. Run, walk, or crawl toward me as you are, trusting that every movement in my direction captures my attention. I am closer than breath, always working on your behalf, redeeming what the world calls broken. You are not beyond the reach of my grace, not disqualified by weakness. I see you as precious, chosen, and utterly cherished. Even your unspoken prayers, those deep sighs and groans you think go unnoticed, are treasured in my heart. You have often wondered how I see you, and so many times you have measured your worth by imperfect standards, comparing yourself to others or to a shifting sense of what the world calls success. But I call you to rest from striving, to step away from the constant evaluation and criticism that eats away at your heart. My gaze on you is not the cold measure of your failings, but the warm light of my infinite care. Even when you stumble, when you question your own value, I remain near, tenderly shaping you, inviting you to see yourself through my eyes. If you listen closely, you will begin to hear the gentle rhythm of my affirmation, a quiet but relentless assurance that you belong, that you are chosen. I do not require perfection, but only a heart that keeps turning back toward me, open and willing to be led. There has never been a moment I was absent from your struggle. Sometimes you carry the memory of pain as though it defines you, but I want you to see how every scar can be woven into a greater story of healing. Trusting me means daring to let go of the ways you have learned to protect yourself and stepping forward in vulnerability, not before others, but before me. Allow me into the hidden rooms where fear and doubt have taken root. There, I will shine my gentle light, not to condemn, but to bring new growth and understanding. Those wounds you hide are not hidden from me. I have always seen them, and I have always loved you right through them. When you open the door of your heart, you will find me waiting to wrap you in comfort and renew you with hope. The world wants to tell you that impact is measured in grand gestures, that your worth is in what you produce or accomplish. I tell you instead that the smallest act of kindness, a silent movement toward compassion, the unseen prayer uttered for a friend, these are precious to me. I am close to the humble, attentive to the lowly, and I see the treasures that others overlook. When you feel invisible or overlooked, remember that my eyes never leave you. I delight in every effort of your heart to love beyond your limits, to forgive when it is hard, to hold on to me when the darkness seems so heavy. I am forming in you a beauty that the world cannot explain, a strength that does not come from self-reliance but flows from deep and quiet trust. Let me remind you that your journey does not have to look like anyone else's. Whatever path you walk, I am your constant companion. When you feel lost, do not despair, for I am guiding you. I have not abandoned you to wander alone, but have gone before you, preparing each step. Your seasons of waiting are not empty. Within the silence, I plant seeds that will one day blossom in unexpected ways. Even now, as you question what is next, as you wonder if your prayers are heard, I am already at work. My timing is different from yours, but I hold your days and nights. There is purpose in every pause, every open longing, and every quiet hope. When you feel weighed down by regret, or haunted by choices you cannot change, know that I am the author of new beginnings. With me, nothing is wasted. The tears you have wept are gathered up, not lost, but transformed into living waters that will refresh you and others who journey alongside you. I do not hold your past against you. Instead, I draw you forward with gentle cords of love, whispering to your heart that mercy is always available, that forgiveness is not once, but daily, overflowing in measure. Do not let shame become your prison. Bring every regret into my light, and you will taste freedom that is deeper than understanding. It is in moments of weakness that you are most able to receive my strength. When you tire of trying to be enough, let yourself surrender the burden you were never meant to carry alone. There is clarity in dependence, for when you lean on me, your worry can give way to trust, and your striving can melt into peace. Remember how the river carves its path not through force, but by the patience of steady movement. In the same way, your persistence in clinging to hope, in seeking my voice even on days when faith feels fragile, is shaping you into someone who shines with quiet courage. Sometimes you may wonder if you have truly heard me, or if your longing for purpose is misplaced. But I have planted dreams in your soul, and I delight in growing them alongside you. Not every desire was meant to be fulfilled in the way or the time you imagined, but every genuine hope you bring to me matters. Lay your dreams before me. Trust not only my power, but my wisdom and my timing. Let me prune what is not life-giving and water what will bear fruit for you and for others. In surrender, you will discover joy that outlasts disappointment and peace that steadies you in uncertainty. As you move through each day, do not neglect to meet me in the quiet. I am always speaking, sometimes through beauty, sometimes through conviction, sometimes in the comfort of ordinary silence. Make room for me, even if only for a moment, and you will notice my presence more and more. The world is loud, clamoring for your attention with worry and distraction. But in stillness you will know my nearness and receive the assurance you seek. There is no moment too small, no sigh too faint for me to notice. Come close, for I am already near. My arms are open, and my heart is eager to bless you with new wisdom and courage. I am not in a hurry with you, and I do not grow weary of your process. Growth is a journey that unfolds step by step, and I celebrate every movement you make toward wholeness. When you fail, do not hide from me. Bring me your disappointments and confusion. It is there, in honest conversation, that I renew your hope and shape your purpose afresh. I have begun a good work in you, and I am faithful to complete it. So, walk with me, one day at a time, knowing that I delight in your company and rejoice in every small victory. Do not believe the lie that you are alone, or that you must fight every battle in your own strength. I am your shield and your source. When you feel surrounded, remember I am even closer than the trouble that presses on you. I see what threatens your peace, and I will provide a way through, or the courage to stand until the storm passes. Look to me not with fear, but with expectation, for I am always working for your good, weaving grace into every circumstance. Even when you cannot perceive it, I am at work, guiding, protecting, and providing all you truly need. You do not have to prove your worth to me or the world. All the striving and measuring you do, all the comparisons that wear down your soul, are not the tools with which I shape your destiny. I see you differently, with eyes of unwavering affection and a vision for the beauty I have woven into your spirit. My dreams for you exceed what you have settled for, and even in places where you feel uninspired or defeated, my hope for you has not diminished. Each moment that you return to me, whether weary or expectant, is a testament to your trust, a trust I treasure. In your silence, I hear longing for reassurance. In your prayers, I sense both gratitude and questions that ache for answers. It is in these raw places that I draw close to you, holding none of your yearning against you, only offering my embrace. Let go of the need to understand every detail of the journey. Instead, live anchored in the certainty that I guide you, not with a map that displays every twist and turn, but with companionship that never fails. There is great freedom in pursuing each day with me, not needing to master the future, but enjoying the gift of my presence in this moment. Think of a child held by a loving parent who does not require explanation, only the warmth of arms that guarantee safety. This is the posture I offer you, forgiving, defending, and inviting you to walk at my pace. At times you run, and I delight in your boldness. At times you crawl with exhaustion, and I lift you gently. No matter your speed, I am the strength beneath your steps. Do not underestimate the power of simple faithfulness. When you feel invisible in your efforts, or when the world measures your impact by standards foreign to my heart, remember I craft legacies from moments of unseen obedience. The seeds you plant in faith, acts of kindness offered quietly, and forgiveness chosen in secret will yield fruit that surprises even you. I am the gardener who knows the value of gentle rains and soft sunlight. Trust the slowness of my timing, for nothing you surrender in love to me is wasted. There will be harvests at the proper season, and songs of joy will bloom from the soil watered with your tears and persistence. I see the dreams tucked into corners of your heart that you have scarcely named. Do not bury them beneath fear or the dust of disillusionment. Bring them honestly to me, your disappointments, your ambitions, your doubt that wonders if I care or if I notice. I delight to listen. Within me, nothing that makes you fully alive is dismissed. I am not threatened nor wearied by your complexity. Rather, I am the artist who painted it into your being, knowing every color and texture of your soul. Your longing for purpose, your hunger to belong, and your search for significance all find their home in my presence. Here, you are neither too much nor not enough. Here, you are exactly as I intended, beloved, becoming, being led in wisdom. Do not shy away from the deep questions stirring inside. It is not irreverence to wonder why pain enters your path, or why answers seem far off at times. I do not turn away from your wrestling. Instead, I welcome it, for true faith does not hide from questions but brings them courageously into the light of my truth. When you risk trusting me with your doubts, you discover that my love can bear the weight of all you do not understand. I am the refuge for every restless thought. Let me be the one to whom you turn when confusion tries to overwhelm hope, and know that my patience will outlast every uncertainty you bring. Trust that the story I am writing with your life is unfolding according to a wisdom beyond your comprehension. Even when old disappointments haunt the corridors of your heart, I invite you to surrender your questions to me, not as a resignation, but as an offering. This relinquishing is not a loss, but a way for me to replace your burden with my peace. My peace is not something you manufacture by force of will. It is a gift I give as you fix your gaze on me above your circumstances. Let my peace settle into your bones, easing tight muscles and anxious thoughts. Let gratitude become the language of your soul, not just when all is perfect, but especially when you are unsure of the outcome. There is strength in the quiet places when no one else sees you, when applause is absent and recognition is withheld. In these places, you discover the purity of living for my pleasure alone. This is not loneliness, but intimacy. As you learn to rest in belonging to me, you become unshakable by the opinions of others, for my affirmation fills every empty place inside you. Desperation for acceptance fades as your heart becomes convinced that you are already cherished beyond measure. My faithfulness is the rock under your feet, unmoved by shifting tides of circumstance or mood. You are not a project to be fixed, but a beloved child with whom I am always in relationship. Every season of your life, those of laughter, those of mourning, those of pursuit and rest, is precious to me. I am always present, always attentive, always calling you deeper into the mystery of my loving plans for you. If you look for the beauty I place before you each day, the smile of a friend, the warmth of sunlight, quiet moments of joy, you will experience traces of my affection woven through the ordinary. This world offers many voices that call you away from trust, but none can offer what I give, a love that will not let you go, no matter what storms arise. Allow yourself the mercy of new beginnings. Every morning is evidence of my compassion, every breath a sign that hope is still yours to claim. Let the shame of yesterday fall away in the light of my forgiveness, which is not hesitant or partial, but overflowing and irrevocable. When you surrender guilt and regret to me, I lead you out of condemnation into freedom. Even when you struggle to forgive yourself, know that I have already declared you clean. I remember your sins no more. All that remains is my grace. Receive it as a spring of living water that refreshes places inside you long left dry. You may feel that your struggles will always define you, that your failures have etched themselves too deeply into your story. But with me, redemption is not just a distant hope, it is daily reality. I take what is broken and make it beautiful, crafting victories from what seemed like defeat. My child, lift your chin and see the sunrise. It declares my unending promise that each day is a new opportunity for transformation. Yes, hardships will come, but nothing you face will ever separate you from my love or my plans for your good. You are carried, you are cherished, and you are being renewed, even now. In the quiet aftermath of your struggles and the dawning realization of my steadfast presence, a new question often emerges in your heart. What now? What is next for your journey with me? I do not leave you in suspense, nor do I require you to navigate this path on your own. I have always shaped you for purpose, not chaos, for meaning, not chance. Even the tender places where you once bled with disappointment or confusion have become the fertile soil from which beautiful things arise. You may look back and see only the cracks and scars, but I look upon those same places as evidence that love and transformation have worked in you and are still working. The pain you endured is neither punishment nor mere accident. It is woven into the masterpiece that is your life, and it glimmers with the brilliance of redemption. When you wonder how I can use your humble story, flawed as it may seem, remember, all the tales I write with human lives are filled with turns and twists. I love to pour my beauty into broken vessels because it proves to your heart that it was never the vessel's strength, but my grace all along. There are times you might believe that stagnation is safer than risking hope again, that standing still protects you from further harm. I understand that urge, but, my beloved, to remain closed is to wither while life abounds all around you. Open yourself to the streams of possibility I have placed before you. Even now, I invite you to reach toward the smallest flicker of hope within you. Water it with trust. Let it grow, unhurried and natural. You do not have to leap into the unknown with bravado. I honor each trembling, honest step you take. Even if your movement feels insignificant, I celebrate what rises in the secret places of your heart. Your willingness is precious to me, more pleasing than grand displays of faith. Do not despise your own gradual unfolding. I delight in nurturing you through seasons of slow awakening, as much as I rejoice in the sudden miracle. Lift your gaze to the horizon, not in striving or fear, but with expectancy. There is much I long to share with you, not simply about what you must do or achieve, but about who you truly are. You are more than what the world presses upon you, more than the sum of your efforts or the echo of your failures. Your value rests not in your ability to produce or impress, but in the fact that you carry my breath, my imprint, and my affection. Let this truth be the cornerstone upon which you stand. It is the solid ground beneath shifting circumstances, the shelter under changing skies. When uncertainty gathers like storm clouds, let this quiet confidence anchor your soul. You are chosen, loved, and utterly known by me. At times, the path ahead will seem hidden or daunting. You might catch yourself wishing for a roadmap or a voice declaring each precise step. Yet profound growth comes in following me when clarity is scarce but trust is abundant. I walk beside you in every unknown, illuminating enough for you to move forward, even if you do so slowly. Refuse the lie that you are lost. You are led. Even when you feel alone, I am here, quietly weaving purpose into your days, arranging encounters, prompting thoughts, and whispering comfort when fear steals your words. Learn to notice my nearness in the ordinary, a gentle nudge, an unexpected peace, the solace of sunlight through your window, the compassion in another's gaze. These are love letters I pen daily, tender reminders that I surround you on every side. Bring me your doubts and your honest grievances, your unfinished prayers and silent frustrations. I do not shun your questions. I invite them. In my presence, vulnerability is safe and brings forth honest answers, and transformation more profound than certainty. Pour out your uncertainties like water upon the earth. Watch me receive them without contempt, shaping even your confusion into deeper communion. Know that I am not distant or disinterested, but intimately invested in every nuance of your inner life. Your heart is not a puzzle to me, but a treasure I hold with sacred reverence. As you continue, Do not fear the seeming smallness of your influence or the simplicity of your acts of compassion. The tiniest kindness can set off waves that reach farther than you can dream. Trust me to multiply what you offer, just as I multiplied loaves and fishes. Your obedience, mingled with love, is a powerful seed in this world hungry for hope. When you volunteer your presence, offer encouragement, or whisper a prayer for someone in secret, these things matter eternally. My kingdom is built on such seemingly insignificant stones, and in time you will see the foundation that was laid through faithfulness in little things. Let not comparison poison the pure stream of your calling. I have crafted you with intention, outfitted you with gifts suited for the unique landscape of your life. The race I ask you to run is not against your brothers or sisters, but alongside me, paced by grace and by the rhythm of my guidance. You lose nothing by cheering others forward, for my blessing overflows to all who follow my ways. If you fix your eyes on another's path, you miss the delicate daily invitations I whisper just for you. Draw your worth from intimacy with me, not from fleeting applause or the shifting tides of opinion. Every step you take toward my vision for you, no matter how hidden, leaves a trail of light. You are seen by me, cherished by me, and equipped to accomplish every good work I have prepared for you before time began. Let my voice grow distinct above the noise. When an inner critic clamors for attention, or the world's shouts make you want to retreat, pause and attune your ear to my gentleness. I speak not with accusations, but with the steadiness of true love. My correction is never condemnation. It is the guiding hand of a parent teaching a beloved child to walk in wisdom. I am patient, slow to anger, abounding in love. I do not tire of your questions, your needing me, or your learning through mistakes. I am invested in your progress, delighting in every effort you make to draw closer, to grow, and to live with courage. Guard your heart as you would tend a rare and precious flower, for from it flow all the issues of life. Let me cultivate it with you, planting hope where there was despair, joy where there was mourning, and peace where there was unrest. Do not underestimate the depth and breadth of what I can restore. I specialize in resurrection, making beauty rise from ashes and new life from places once declared barren. Invite me into all the rooms of your heart, especially those shuttered by pain or disappointment. Even there, I am ready to begin a new creation. Remember, the timeline of restoration is not defined by your expectations or demands. Yield to my timing, which, while mysterious, is always perfect and kind. Trust that what I have started in you I will complete, with patience and profound skill. Your story is still unfolding, and I am utterly committed to your flourishing, even when the process feels slow or hidden from view. In every breath you take, I am with you. When you awaken to a new dawn, and the world stretches before you with its promises and uncertainties, remember that you never walk alone. My love encircles you more surely than the air enfolds your lungs, more faithfully than the sun returns after each night. I rejoice in your presence, longing for your awareness of me to grow deeper with every thought and choice. There is no corner of your heart too shadowed, no memory too aching, no wound too hidden for my gentle hand to reach. Each time you turn to me, even with the smallest glance, you bring me joy beyond what you can imagine. You may sometimes wonder if the obstacles before you are too high, if the shame or regret you feel is too heavy for forgiveness. Hear me clearly. Nothing, truly nothing, can separate you from my enduring love. The burdens you carry were never meant to be borne alone. Lay them down at my feet, again and again if you must. I am not exhausted by your struggles, nor bored by your repeated prayers. I am your source of patience, drawing you ever closer to the wholeness I offer. Even when others have failed you, even when your own strength falters, my grip does not loosen, my gaze does not flicker away. Let my nearness become your courage. When questions swirl in your mind and answers seem distant, Do not be afraid to sit quietly with me in the discomfort, for I am the God who gives understanding at its appointed time. Trust that I see the full tapestry while you hold but a single thread. Rest in the assurance that your journey has a purpose, even when the path seems winding or obscured. My timing is perfect, though rarely rushed. My ways are higher, beckoning you to trust more than to comprehend. While many chase after fleeting hopes or fill their days with distractions that cannot satisfy, I offer you living water, a companionship that fills every hunger and thirsts for nothing but your whole heart in return. Remember that even your limitations, your weaknesses and failures are opportunities for my power to shine. I do not seek flawlessness in you, but rather a willing spirit. The storms you endure will not consume you, for I have already spoken peace over your life. At times, the answers to your prayers may look unlike what you expect, but my gifts are always good. They shape you, refine you, and position you for blessings only I fully see. My promises remain true, not just in fair weather, but through every trial and valley. When your hands are empty, look and see. I fill them anew with my goodness. Choose forgiveness, not just for others, but for yourself. Release yesterday's mistakes into my hands, and watch as I redeem what seemed lost. My mercy is new for you every morning, more than enough to cover every doubt or disappointment. As you pursue reconciliation, let my example teach you to extend kindness, to persevere in love, to serve without expecting anything in return. There is greater strength in humility than in vengeance, and greater reward in compassion than in pride. Be patient with your own heart, for growth is a winding path, and I am not impatient with you. My delight is not in your perfection, but in your desire to draw near to me, to walk in honesty, to begin again as often as needed. Let your words build up rather than tear down. Use your influence to heal, affirm, encourage, and bless. The world is full of voices that seek to divide, confuse, and overwhelm. Let my voice resound within you as the anchor of truth and peace. Speak hope into dry places. Plant seeds of understanding where there is conflict. Bring light into every conversation and choice. Your simple acts of obedience, including those seen only by me, bear fruit that will endure beyond your lifetime. Every kindness echoes in eternity. Every gesture of mercy finds its way back to your own heart multiplied. When you are tempted to withdraw, to numb your pain or silence your dreams, come to me instead. I am not far off and waiting on a distant throne, but present with you in every moment. My comfort is not a false security, but a powerful presence that soothes, restores, and empowers. Bring me the unfiltered longings of your spirit and the honest confessions of your soul. There is nothing you can reveal that will cause me to withdraw or lose interest in your story. I see every hidden hope, every unspoken fear, and I bear them with you, each one precious to me. Allow yourself the gift of wonder. Open your eyes to the evidence of my love written across creation, the rhythm of the seasons, the beauty of relationships, the resilience of your own heart. Give thanks for every provision, both great and small, for gratitude unlocks the joy I long to lavish upon you. Lift your gaze above your circumstances and remember that eternity is not far off. It dwells within you when you walk in relationship with me. The seeds of timeless purpose are buried in the ordinary moments. Cherish the present as a holy space where I am always at work. You have come here seeking, perhaps with questions or silent needs you carry deep within. Know that you are in the right space, for my voice is reaching to you now in a way that is unique and meant only for you in this moment. You might sense already in your heart that what you will discover here is more than words. It is the unfolding of a mystery, an invitation to walk closer with me in ways that will surprise you. There is a stirring within you, perhaps a longing you can barely name, but I see it and I understand. The stakes are not small, for the journey ahead can fill empty places, heal unseen wounds, and reshape the path that lies before you. Turn away, and the gentle nudges of my spirit may quiet. Remain, and you will hear whispers of truth, that speak directly to your life. Rarely have you experienced me quite like this, not through distant ritual or abstraction, but through an intimate conversation heart to heart, where I draw near and speak plainly, honestly, and lovingly about your life, your struggles, your hopes, and your purpose. Let my words settle into you like warm sunlight after a long night. I am here not to condemn, but to lift you up, to settle your anxieties and to offer you strength no matter what burdens you carry. You have wondered if there is purpose to your struggles, or if anyone truly understands what you face. I do. I have watched you in your quiet moments, in the wrestling of your thoughts, and I have stored every tear you shed. Nothing is lost on me, not your dreams, not your fears, not the moments you thought were unnoticed by everyone else. My love gathers all that you are, past and present, and holds it close, not shying away from your messes or questions. This is my commitment, to sustain you, to love you unconditionally, and to walk with you through every valley and every high place. Even now, my spirit hovers over you, closer than your breath. You may feel small, inadequate, or uncertain about your future, but what you see as limitation is often where I plant seeds of transformation. Do you notice how the smallest seed can become a great tree when placed in good soil? Your heart, even if heavy or cold, is not forgotten ground. It is precious to me, fertile for hope and new beginnings. The shame you carry, the disappointments, the secret regrets, these are not the final words about you. Let me speak, my promise. You are loved, fully, and always. From the beginning, I have shaped you with meaning, purpose, and delight. No moment of pain is wasted. Not a single sigh escapes my notice. Pause for a moment. Listen not only with your mind, but with the deeper part of you that longs for truth. Let my invitation settle in an invitation as old as time, yet fresh every day. Draw near to me. Allow yourself the courage to hope again, to trust that I am making a way where you see only barriers. In the hidden places where your heart is tired, let me bring rest. In the places where you strive and still feel empty, let me pour fullness. When you face crossroads, unsure of which way leads to life, do not be afraid. I am the gentle guide, always near, never forcing, always inviting you to step forward in trust. You are not defined by your failures, nor are you captive to past mistakes. My redemption is stronger than anything that tries to bind you. The world may tell you to measure yourself by success or perfection, but I cherish you just as you are, not as you think you should be. Let me reshape how you see yourself, for you are the work of my hands. As an artist delights in their masterpiece, so I delight in you. Your worth is not up for debate. It has been settled long ago by my everlasting love, and nothing can snatch you from my grasp. Sometimes you measure your days by what seems missing or by how far you have yet to go. But I see every step you have taken in faith, each small act of kindness, every time you chose love over fear. Even when you felt overlooked or misunderstood, I saw the courage it took to keep going. I have plans for you, plans that go beyond your circumstances or even your own imagination. Trust that nothing is wasted with me. The road you walk may twist and turn, but my faithfulness is steady. I do not grow weary of you, nor am I surprised by your questions or your doubts. Bring them to me, and I will meet you with patience and clarity. There is healing here, deep, forgiving, renewing. The burden you carry does not need to be carried alone. Let me lighten it. Let me teach you the freedom found in surrendering what weighs you down. I am not distant or indifferent. I am near to the brokenhearted and close to those who cry out in uncertainty. Even when you cannot find the words, even when your prayers feel weak or tangled, my heart hears what lies behind every sigh. I do not measure you by your performance or eloquence, but by the openness of your heart to let me in. As you open yourself more to me, you will begin to notice subtle changes. Bitterness starts to loosen its grip. Hope even if fragile, awakens. Contentment grows like a seedling that pushes through hard soil. I am shaping you into a testament of my faithfulness, someone whose life points not to your own strength, but to my steady, enduring love. You may encounter storms, but you will not face them alone. My arms are a shelter, my words are an anchor. Nothing can separate you from the love I have for you, not your doubts, not your failures, not even the dark nights when you wonder if I am still listening. Let these words become living water to your spirit. Whenever you feel dry or weary, return to them. Allow my assurances to quiet the inner voices that say you are unworthy or forgotten. I have loved you with a relentless love, one that does not falter when you struggle or stray. My love pursues, restores, and makes you whole in ways you cannot yet imagine. The journey is ongoing. Simply remain with me. Open your heart to my guidance, and you will discover step by step that I am the way, the truth, and the life that your soul has been seeking. Let the quiet of this moment settle around you, for it is in the stillness that I whisper the truths your heart has longed to hear. I see how bravely you have carried burdens, the weariness that sometimes shades your view of hope. There is no piece of your story hidden from me. In each of your struggles and every silent ache, I have been beside you, waiting patiently for you to sense the comfort of my presence. Though you sometimes feel unworthy or believe your doubts disqualify you from my love, I remind you that none of your fears, flaws, or past decisions can separate you from my embrace. Your life is woven with a purpose deeper than fleeting achievements or human approval, for I crafted you with intention and watch over you with a care that never grows tired or ambivalent. Know that I see you not as the world sees, evaluating you by the shifting measures of performance, appearance, or possession. I search your heart and see the longing for meaning, for connection, for rest, from the relentless inner dialogue that tells you you must strive harder or hide the messier parts of your soul. You are not alone in your wrestling. Even when you feel unseen, I am nearer than your own breath. Bring to me the questions you cannot articulate, the disappointments that threaten to harden your spirit, and the dreams that seem buried by time and circumstance. My patience is infinite. Nothing frightens or surprises me. I am the God who draws close to the contrite. I do not lower my expectations to love you, for my love was never dependent on your performance to begin with. When anxiety presses in and you wonder whether you will ever experience true peace, remember that peace is not the absence of trouble, it is the presence of my spirit within your storm. Let me pour courage into the spaces where fear has whispered defeat. Release your grip on those things you are trying to control, and allow my wisdom to steady your mind and soul. I am not waiting for you to reach perfection before I act on your behalf. If you trust me with even the smallest fragments of faith, I will honor them. My fullness is made manifest where you have run out of your own resources. As you surrender, you create room for my power to move in undreamed of ways. I invite you to rest in my sufficiency, to let go of the striving that has left you weary and uncertain. In the secret places where you have questioned your worth, I am planting assurance that you are seen, known, and delighted in. My love covers your imperfections and renews your hope. Allow yourself to imagine what could blossom if you believed, at the core of your being, that you are cherished unconditionally. The narrative I am writing with your life is not finished. Though the road behind you is marked with missteps, I specialize in turning darkness to dawn. The situations you view as impossible are not obstacles to me. They are opportunities to reveal my faithfulness in ways that will astonish not only you but also those who witness your journey. Listen as I remind you, time and again, that your value is not contingent upon what you achieve or how well you conceal your pain. In your quietest moments, and even in your failures, you are precious to me. I formed your heart to recognize the melody of my truth, to sense my nearness in laughter as well as in grief. Whenever guilt or shame tries to persuade you that you have wandered too far, let my voice be the louder one, the voice that invites you to return with boldness, to experience the delight of mercy that never runs dry. You may question whether you are strong enough to handle what lies ahead, but I assure you, my strength is perfected in your surrender. Bring me your weakness, your confusion, your trembling hands. I will not turn you away. Instead, I will take your small offering and multiply it, infusing you with strength and wisdom beyond your own. When the noise of the world becomes overwhelming, remember that you can always retreat into my presence, a sanctuary, not dependent on external circumstances, but built on the foundation of my eternal promises to you. Let me remind you that I am the God who rejoices over you with singing, who delights in each tiny step you take toward me. Your willingness to seek me, even with questions and uncertainties, honors my heart more than outward displays of confidence ever could. Do not despise your seasons of waiting. In the hidden spaces, I am refining your character and preparing you for the gifts that await. I do not waste any chapter of your life. Every experience, every sorrow, every joy is being woven into a tapestry of redemption. Rest in knowing that your name is written on the palm of my hand, cherished and remembered always. Release resentment and regret. Allow my forgiveness to wash over you anew. Let my grace remind you that today, as you listen, you are invited to begin afresh. There is nothing in your past that cannot be transformed in the light of my love. The dreams and desires you have buried can spring forth in my timing. Trust that I am able to restore what was lost and to heal even the hidden wounds you carry. My compassion for you knows no bounds. Begin to see yourself through the lens of my delight rather than through the broken mirror of critical voices. Every time you choose to turn your heart toward me, even if only for a moment of honest prayer or a fleeting sigh of hope, you are drawing nearer to the wellspring of life itself. I welcome your vulnerability. There is nothing too trivial or too overwhelming for me. Let your longing for belonging and significance find its rest in my unwavering acceptance. I am not a distant observer, but an involved and loving Father who receives you as you are, rejoicing over every movement of faith and every act of trust. Do not be afraid to hope again. The pain of disappointment is real, but it does not have the final word in your story. I hold the pen, and my plans for you are formed from a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning. As you entrust your story to me, I will surprise you with beauty and purpose in unexpected places. Trust that nothing you have endured is wasted. Every loss, every closed door, and every unfulfilled longing is being gathered into my greater design. I am always at work, even in silence, crafting a future filled with hope and meaning that far surpasses your imagination. The invitation is open. Will you receive my love, trust my leading, and rest in my promises? Let your heart be anchored in the certainty that you are never alone, never abandoned. I walk alongside you and ahead of you, guiding and shielding you. In every moment you turn toward me, you are drawing from the living water that will sustain and refresh your soul, no matter what comes. Allow this truth to settle deeply and transform how you live, love, and believe. You do not walk alone, even when your senses whisper isolation or the fog of uncertainty veils your path. I am nearer than your breath, more constant than the rising sun, and my presence anchors you through every shifting moment. Remember when your heart felt too heavy to lift, or your burdens pressed against you like immovable stones. There, in the tightest spaces and the lowest valleys, I set my gaze upon you, attentive and unwavering. When doubt pulses beneath the surface of your faith, when fear threatens to steal the joy I have placed within you, know that I cradle your spirit with unwavering hands. I see every silent ache and delight in every honest question you bring. Your struggles do not repel me, they draw me nearer still. Consider the soil made soft by rain, its hard surface transformed by patient persistence. so too do your tears and challenges soften you for seeds of growth and hope. You need not pretend to be unbreakable. Your vulnerability delights me, for it is in humility and openness that I pour out understanding and strength. When disappointment shadows your anticipation, I am already weaving light into the tapestry of your days, turning what seems like loss into the fertile ground for new beginnings. My faithfulness is not transactional or earned. It flows freely as a river, endless and dependable, cleansing away yesterday's regrets and watering the dreams I planted in your soul. I am not distant or distracted by grandeur. I am intimately aware of the smallest details of your life. Each longing, each sigh, has a place in my heart. When the world misjudges or overlooks you, I remain resolute in my delight. See yourself as I see you, precious, chosen, and whole, no matter the mess or confusion that marks your journey. My compassion is not mere sympathy. It is an active, mighty force that surrounds you, lifts you, and reshapes even the hardest seasons. If you are tired, come and let your soul rest beside me. In the hush of my presence, you will discover joys that noise and striving could never reveal. I do not demand facades or performances. What I desire from you is authenticity, a quiet surrender of your striving, an honest admission of what you cannot control. Bring your whole self to me, with trembling hands or hopeful laughter. I am not bored by your repetition or wearied by your failures. Each attempt to reach me, even through confused prayers or whispered doubts, is met with my attention and empathy. I understand the language of your heart, even when words falter. There is no shame in returning to me day after day. My grace outpaces your mistakes. My patience stretches beyond your seasons of wandering. Your significance is not measured by applause or achievement. In the hidden, overlooked places of your daily living, I am sowing meaning and richness. The smallest gesture of kindness echoes in eternity. Every secret act of love, each silent sacrifice, these are the treasures that delight me. Nothing escapes my notice, and even when you feel unseen, you are never invisible to me. My love is both shield and song, protecting your worth and singing hope over your future. In times when your plans unravel and you fear what lies ahead, I am the steady presence holding the fabric of your life together. Peace is not the absence of trouble, but the certainty of my companionship, even as waves rise. Trust the process I have begun in your life. What feels stalled or barren is still under my careful watch. As a gardener waits patiently for the harvest, I wait with hope and vision for you. What you surrender to me multiplies. What you conceal or clutch with anxiety grows heavy. Open your heart, and I will fill it with all that you need for this journey: courage, wisdom, a deep well of joy. When shadows lengthen and you question my nearness, recall that I am the God who neither slumbers nor withdraws. My covenants remain firm. My promises do not wax and wane with circumstance. Let your soul stretch towards gratitude, even if your praise is mingled with longing. Thankfulness awakens new vision, enabling you to see traces of my goodness in places long thought barren. Train your eyes to notice beauty in the ordinary: a smile, a sunrise, a single heartbeat of hope. These are love letters from my heart, scattered generously throughout your days. When you lose heart, remember that the stories of deliverance, transformation, and rescue are not relics but templates for what I desire to do in your life. I transform fishermen into disciples, mourners into dancers, scarred souls into testaments of grace. Your life is no exception. Release the urge to compare your journey to another's. Each of my children is nurtured by design, and your path is crafted with intricate wisdom. Where you see detours and delays, I see opportunities for deeper trust, for roots to strengthen in hidden places. What looks like lack is sometimes preparation for abundance. What seems like silence is often an invitation to deeper listening. I delight in your growth at every pace, whether you leap or crawl or simply stand still and wonder. Your worth does not fluctuate with the season. My delight in you is unwavering. There will be times when your heart resists invitation, when cynicism lingers, or old wounds whisper that hope is naive. My healing is patient, willing to revisit the darkness as often as needed, always with gentleness and restorative power. Trust that no pain is too insignificant for my attention, no question too daunting for my understanding. Your sorrows become seeds of compassion, your scars transformed into insights for others longing for comfort. I do not waste your suffering. I redeem it, weaving it into a testimony that offers shelter for others and hope for you. Allow yourself to dream anew, even when disappointment urges restraint. I am the author of every longing for good, the source of every flicker of courage. When you dare to hope again, even against evidence or logic, you join me in the acts of creation and renewal. Your willingness to risk loving, forgiving, and trying again draws me close to you. As you trust me with broken pieces, I shape them into mosaics of beauty and purpose that only eternity will fully reveal. You have begun to realize, perhaps in subtle ways, how intricate my knowledge of your life truly is. Nothing about you is hidden from me, and the layers that you conceal even from yourself are transparent before me. From your earliest moments, each whisper of hope, every wince of disappointment, and the stirrings of longing within your heart have always reached me. There is not a sigh or a silent prayer that escapes my loving attention. When you felt overlooked, I was there. When you wondered if your efforts or your love mattered, I counted every step and every act. In the middle of confusion and questions that seemed to pile up like stones, I am the one who sees through the fog and gently, persistently, calls your name. Trust is not a once-and-for-all leap. It is built in the small, ordinary details of your days. I long for you to discover the depth of my reliability, not just when you experience success or confidence, but right in the center of your uncertainty. Even the things you name as mistakes or regretful decisions can become doorways to connection with me if you open them. I do not recoil from your messes or rethink my love based on your shortcomings. My heart moves toward you, again and again, with patient invitation and hope that outlasts your own. I am never wearied by your questions or your process. Let your guard down in my presence and allow yourself to be real about your desires, your fears, and your failures, not for judgment, but so that I can show you the belonging and healing your soul deeply craves. In the silence, you may sometimes imagine that I am far away or disinterested. Know this: silence is not abandonment. Even in the quiet, I am active. The stillness is often my way of drawing you deeper, of helping you realize that my love is not dependent on your performance or on specific outcomes. In these moments, listen not only with your mind, but with the secret places of your heart. Sometimes, my voice arrives as a gentle nudge, a sudden peace, or an unexpected surge of hope. I do not demand that you manufacture faith on your own. Instead, I love to plant in you the trust you need. I tend to it, nourish it, and let it bloom at just the right time. When you struggle with comparison, measuring yourself against others, or feeling less than enough, turn your gaze back to me. I have never underestimated your value or overlooked your unique beauty. The gifts and dreams within you are not misfires or accidents. They are woven by my design. I invite you to lay down the heavy burden of proving yourself, the endless striving to earn a love that is already being lavishly poured out upon you. Instead, breathe deeply of acceptance. Let your worth be anchored in my unwavering delight in you, not in shifting circumstances or opinions. You will encounter seasons of opposition, both outwardly and within yourself. There will be days when discouragement feels suffocating, when hope seems too fragile to grasp. In these times, remember, you are never battling alone. My strength surrounds you even when you are at your weakest. I am the one upholding you. Every tear you shed, I store as precious. Every cry for help echoes in my heart. I walk with you in the storm, never abandoning you to face the darkness alone. My power is not only for the moments when you feel bold, but especially for the hours when you feel least able. Ask me for help. No request is too small, no situation too tangled for my intervention. Relationships, too, can be challenging territory. The people you love can sometimes hurt you, disappoint you, or fail to understand your heart. I see the pain that companionship sometimes brings, and I see the loneliness that can settle even in crowded rooms. Know that you are never truly alone. My companionship is constant, a presence that cannot be taken from you. Bring me your hurts and your gratitude alike. Let me teach you how to forgive as I forgive, to extend grace as I extend it to you each day. If it seems impossible, know that I delight in doing what seems impossible. When burdens weigh heavy, finances, decisions, the well-being of those you care for, remember that nothing is outside of my care. I know your needs before you speak them. I am not unmoved by practical concerns. I am intimately involved in the details, working even beyond the scope of what you know to ask. Trust me with your lack, your uncertainty, and your yearning for breakthrough. Give me your dreams for the future, your fears about what may never come to pass, and every hope so tender you hardly dare to name it. I receive it all, and I am the one who shapes your destiny with wisdom and kindness beyond your understanding. Let rest become a sacred rhythm in your life, not just a break from activity, but a practice of trusting me with what is unfinished. You do not have to work ceaselessly to be valuable or secure. In rest, you learn to relinquish control and let me hold together what you cannot. I do not demand exhaustion from you. I invite you into a relationship based on trust, not performance. Sleep in peace each night, assured that I am always at work for your good, even as you rest. I never slumber, never neglect even a moment of your life. I am not an impersonal force or a distant observer. My love is intimately invested in your journey, attentive to the smallest details and the greatest battles alike. Every habit of worry can become a moment of surrender. Every anxiety you offer up is one I willingly shoulder. I take your brokenness and your hope, your anger and your gratitude, and I weave them all into a story that speaks of my faithfulness. There is no part of you, no thought, no feeling, no memory that is too dark or too small for my redemption. Where there is despair, I bring possibility. Where there is confusion, I bring clarity. I am not limited by your perception, and my goodness is not dictated by your circumstances. When you feel stuck or stagnant, unsure of which way to turn, remember that motion is not always visible. The roots sink deep in unseen places before new growth bursts forth. Even when you cannot see progress, I am cultivating resilience and patience in you, preparing you for what is to come. Do not despise the quiet seasons. They are as holy as the days of visible transformation. Allow your heart to settle in. My patience. I waste nothing, not a moment, not a trial, not a tear. I am forming in you a resilience that does not collapse under pressure, but instead becomes a wellspring for others. Even in your struggles, I am equipping you to be a blessing, a source of hope for those around you. Your story, with all its ups and downs, will bear fruit in ways you cannot yet imagine. Where you feel empty, I pour in abundance. Where you feel weak, I provide strength. Where you feel confused, I grant wisdom that exceeds your own. Open your hands and receive from me not just answers, but presence. Not just solutions, but the assurance that, whatever you walk through, I will never leave or forsake you. My love is your anchor, and I rejoice in every step you take toward trust. Let your heart yield to the gentle work I am doing within you, for there is a refining that cannot be accomplished by your own hands. When you sense weakness or perceive cracks in your usual composure, do not turn away in shame or frustration. Instead, look up and remember that I see your struggles as opportunities to draw you closer to my strength. When the weight becomes too great or the road ahead seems lost in mist, I am not far off. I am nearer to you than your very breath. Lean on me, not just in moments of deepest need, but in each ordinary moment, for there you will find the courage I delight to give you. Release to me your anxieties as a child releases a burdensome object, trusting that I can hold what you cannot. As you press onward, know that the transformation I desire in you comes one step at a time, and no distance traveled is wasted when it is accompanied by humble trust. Let the small acts of faithfulness in your daily life become seeds from which great fruit will grow. You do not need to compare your journey to that of others, nor despair when progress seems slow. Every honest cry, every silent surrender, every choice to forgive or embrace hope, all of these are noticed and cherished by me. My eyes search for those who sincerely long to follow, not for perfection, but for genuine hearts willing to walk with me through darkness and light. Do you feel inadequate at times? Or perhaps you struggle with regret over words spoken or decisions made in moments of weariness? Let me speak into that ache. Your story is not defined by your failures or limitations. My purpose in you is more steadfast than your fears, and I am able to redeem what you offer, even when it feels broken. Release the old scripts that play in your mind, the ones that repeat shame or unworthiness, and allow me to rewrite your identity with truth and grace. When you draw near to me, the voices of accusation lose their power. My love quiets the storms within and calms the questions that arise when you feel lost or unseen. Remember, there is profound beauty in your willingness to be honest with me. You do not have to mask your disappointments, doubts, or moments of anger. Bring them to me, and watch as I gently unravel the knots and show you a love that does not shrink from your questions but welcomes them. I am not weary of listening to your heart. Every sigh, every whispered prayer, every surge of thanksgiving, they all reach me and are precious in my sight. You have wondered if your life matters in the grand tapestry I am weaving. If your contribution is noticed amidst a world full of voices, know this: none of your offerings are overlooked. The patience you show in a difficult relationship, the secret acts of kindness, the persistent hope that refuses to let go even when the outcome is unseen, all are woven into my design. I use ordinary moments to accomplish extraordinary things. Where you see only small steps, I see the steady forward march of faith. You are not expected to carry the entire burden alone. Lift your eyes and see that I have provided companions along your journey, those who will encourage, support, and even challenge you toward greater love. Receive their presence as a gift, and in turn, offer yourself as a channel of hope and healing. Sometimes, I use the very relationships that stretch you as instruments for your growth. They may reveal weaknesses you were unaware of, but through patience and selflessness, a greater purpose is accomplished. There is never a day when I am indifferent to your pain or triumph. When you weep in hidden places, I am there, collecting your tears and reminding you that nothing is wasted. In your rejoicing, I celebrate with delight, for I am not distant or aloof. You are seen, known, and deeply cherished more than you can comprehend. Even when you feel ordinary, my gaze upon you bestows worth that cannot be earned or taken away. Let me shape your understanding of true success. It is not measured by accolade or acclaim, but by the quiet integrity of a heart devoted to loving and serving, even when no one applauds. When you root your identity in me, you are freed from the endless striving for approval. Rest in the assurance that I am shaping you, not just for your own sake, but so that you might become a beacon of hope to others wandering in darkness. Allow your story to become a testament of what my grace can accomplish in a willing soul. My desire is not for outward form alone, but for inner transformation, a life that reflects compassion, humility, and courage. in the midst of everyday challenges. That is where my presence dwells, in the choices made when no one is watching, in the constant turning of your heart toward me, whether in abundance or need. Even your failures, when brought to me, become places of encounter. I redeem what is surrendered, and I delight in your willingness to begin again. As you grow in trust, your intimacy with me deepens. No barrier of guilt or past mistakes can withstand my embrace. I invite you to step out from the shadows that fear builds, to stand in the light of my unchanging love. In that place, you will find not condemnation, but the gentle assurance that you are welcome, you are forgiven, and you are free to pursue the life I have called you to live. The journey is not always easy, but you never walk it alone. Lean into the hope that I offer, a hope that persists even in adversity. Let the knowledge of my constant presence quiet your doubts. When all around you becomes uncertain, anchor your soul in me. I will not abandon you, and I will provide fresh strength for each new challenge. Stand firm in my love, and let it become the wellspring that nourishes your soul and overflows into the lives of those around you. Breathe deeply, and know that each day is an opportunity to encounter me anew. I am faithful, and my promises endure. The path ahead may twist and turn, but my guidance is sure, and my hand is steady. Lift up your eyes to the hills from where your help comes. Your help comes from me, the one who shaped you and called you by name. You are surrounded by mercy, and nothing can separate you from my care. There are moments when you carry burdens that feel too great to bear, and at times you may wonder if I truly see them, or if my heart aches with yours in those shadowed valleys. I want you to know that nothing escapes my gaze, not the softest sigh nor the deepest pain that lingers within. In the quiet places of your spirit I am tenderly present, kneeling beside every longing, bearing the weight with you. My hands have fashioned you with great care, and though you sometimes see your scars and call them flaws, I see the stories of courage, endurance, and redemption etched upon your life. The world often measures worth by fleeting accomplishments and surface beauty, but I measure according to love, faithfulness, and the courage to walk on when you would rather turn back. Every ordinary day, every hidden act of kindness that no one notices, every effort you make toward goodness, these are the offerings that sing to me louder than grand gestures. As you move through seasons where the answers are hidden and your footing feels uncertain, remind yourself that you do not walk alone. If you close your eyes and listen beyond the noise, you will sense the quiet strength I pour into you daily. Nothing you face will ever be wasted when it is placed in my hands. Every tear, every hope, every broken piece becomes part of a greater story that I weave with infinite care. Sometimes I allow you to feel the tension between who you are and who you are becoming, because transformation is birthed in the wrestle and the waiting. Do not despise these in-between spaces. They are the places where roots grow deep and where trust learns to stretch beyond sight. It is easy in times of struggle to reach for quick solutions and to ache for immediate relief. Yet, see how the mightiest trees stand tallest not because their growth was hurried, but because over years they found nourishment deep in the soil where no eye could see. So it is with you. When you trust me in the unseen, when you choose fidelity to what is right even without reward, you are becoming more unshakable, more whole, more able to shelter others in their hours of need. If you could see with my eyes, you would understand how every season, every joy and pain, has a redemptive thread run through it. I want you to know, my heart delights not only in your triumphs, but also in your willingness to try again after failure, to hope against hope, to extend love when your heart is tired. Let go of the need to always understand the path ahead, or to see immediate results from your prayers. My ways intertwine eternally with wisdom beyond your grasp, and what is seen as delay or silence is often preparation for blessings that would overwhelm you were they given too soon. Do not mistake my patience for absence. There has never been a moment when I turned my face away from you. The fire you walk through now is not meant to destroy you, but to refine you, to draw out gold from within that you may not yet recognize. When disappointment whispers that your faith is in vain, remember I am far more patient than you imagine, and my timing is perfect. You may feel at times that your journey is lonely, but I am the companion who will never leave you. When friends fail or circumstances shift, my commitment stands unbroken. Even in the silence between your prayers and my answers, I am working on your behalf, rearranging pieces, sending my spirit to comfort and guide. I search your heart, receive your honest cries, and draw near when you feel faint. In your weakest moments, my strength is most apparent. Your limitations are not obstacles to me, but invitations to unfold my grace in ways you could not expect. Many of my children labor under shame for mistakes and missed moments, thinking these disqualify them from my affection. Hear me clearly. Your failures do not diminish my love, nor do they cancel the future I have envisioned for you. My desire is not to see you burdened with regret, but to lift your eyes so you can see hope restored. Bring your brokenness. I will not scorn it, but will shape it into blessing. Forgiveness, like sunlight after rain, is new for you every morning. Dare to believe that no darkness within you is so vast that my light cannot invade and renew. Every day is a new invitation to trust, to begin again, to let your soul receive my mercy without reserve. When you awake, before you rush to prove your worth or earn your place, simply rest in the knowledge that you are beloved and that I am here. Your origin and destiny are in my keeping. No failure can uproot what I have planted in you. This security frees you to live this day with courage, to be kind to yourself and others, to step forward without fear of being cast aside. Let your heart dwell on the truth that in me, every wandering and every homecoming finds purpose. I make rivers in dry places and bloom gardens from barren ground. All the places you felt empty or overlooked become spaces where my goodness surprises you with new growth. You may hold great dreams or quiet, fragile hopes, offer them to me, trusting that I honor every sincere longing and that not one is forgotten in the vastness of my care. Even when you struggle to pray or believe, make space for me by simply being honest. I am not impressed by rehearsed words or outward displays. I seek the sanctuary of your authenticity. When you confess your frailty, it opens the door to my strength. You don't need to hide your pain or pretend away your doubts. Bring them as they are. I will meet you there, not to scold or shame, but to cradle you, to whisper wisdom, to breathe resilience back into your spirit. Remember that mercy I offer you is meant to soften your gaze toward others as well. As you have tasted grace, let that same kindness flow outward. Where judgment wants to rise, pause, and recall how gently I have held you in your complexities. Choose compassion. Let forgiveness break cycles of bitterness and fear. As you love, even imperfectly, you make space for my healing to touch more hearts through your willingness. I have not promised ease, but I have promised myself. This is your enduring hope, that my faithfulness will carry you further than your own strength could ever take you. When the night is darkest and trust is hardest, hold fast to my word, cling to me, and you will see that all things are truly being made new. In this moment, I draw your attention to the hidden patterns that often weave through your days. Consider how you walk, how you breathe in the dawn, how you press forward even when you do not understand where the road leads. My presence guides your every step, even as you feel unsure, even on the days when you question whether I am truly near. Let your doubts come before me, for I am not threatened by your questions. I crafted you with a mind to search, with a heart to wonder. Your sincere seeking is not a weakness, but a sign of a soul that longs for the depths only I can provide. Let me meet you in that place of longing, where you hunger for truth greater than what you see. Trust that in those moments of uncertainty, I am closer than ever, enfolding you in a comfort that surpasses the meaning your mind can grasp. There is a gentle river that runs through your life, its current shaped by my will. Sometimes, the waters move swiftly, and you must hold tight. Other times, they are still and whisper rest to your weary heart. I teach you through both the rush and the calm, forming in you wisdom and resilience. I ask you, will you trust my current? Will you resist the urge to force your way or cling to the bank in fear? The life I offer is not stagnant. I am always moving, always calling you deeper, inviting you to release what you have outgrown. Release the thoughts that keep you bound to yesterday. Let your hands open, unclenched, so you may receive what I am placing within your grasp today. As you move forward, remember, my design for you is not a narrow path of performance, but a wide expanse of possibility. I delight in seeing you take risks, daring to love where love costs you, stepping forward even when the outcome is uncertain. I am not a distant observer waiting for you to fall, but your closest confidant, ready to lift you each time you stumble. Allow yourself the freedom to try, to dream, to build and rebuild as often as necessary. You are not defined by your finest hour nor your deepest failure, but by the fact that you are mine. Creation itself is evidence of my playful creativity. Let your own life echo that spirit. Within every struggle and every triumph, I am forming you. Please do not measure yourself by the standards of this shifting world. I see the intentions of your heart, the courage you muster, the sacrifices you make in secret, the kindness you show when no one else is watching. I am moved by the smallest seeds of faith you plant, seeds that one day will blossom in ways you could not possibly imagine. If you fear that your impact is too small or your prayers too weak, trust that nothing offered in sincerity is ever lost to me. I multiply the little and turn it into much, just as I have throughout the ages. At times you may sense my promptings as a gentle nudge, a thought, a longing, a sudden clarity. Test these things in the quiet with me. Pause and ask me what I am inviting you to notice, where I am calling you to new territory. Do not rush past the invitations I placed before you in your restlessness to achieve. I am not as concerned about your speed as I am about your willingness to move with me. Breathe in my reliability. I am not fickle. Every promise I have spoken to you is as sure today as the dawn that faithfully breaks each morning. Plant your confidence not in fleeting circumstances, but in my unwavering devotion. Look around you at the tapestry of lives I have woven beside yours. No life, no story intersecting with yours is by accident. There is purpose in every encounter, every shared moment, every whispered prayer for another. You are a vessel carrying my light, even on your most ordinary days. When you serve, when you listen, when you lift, others know that you are joining in the ongoing work of restoration I have begun. Let your heart be tender to the pain of others, for compassion is never wasted. When you feel the ache for those around you, it is my heart within you responding to the need. If you have been weary from carrying burdens on your own, know that I am inviting you to unburden yourself. Let go of the illusions of self-sufficiency. Your limitations are not a defect, but an opportunity for my strength to be made visible. It is not weakness to need me. It is wisdom. When you reach the end of yourself, I am waiting to meet you with more than enough. I am not frustrated with your dependence, but deeply moved by your vulnerability. In your weakest moments, when you can do nothing more than offer me your presence in your pain, you give me the greatest gift a heart surrendered. Let me remind you that joy is not reserved only for the untroubled. In fact, the truest joy grows in the very soil of your struggles, taking root amid confusion, disappointment, and waiting. My joy is not a fleeting emotion, but a resilient strength that withstands every storm. As you choose gratitude, As you offer up your daily moments with open hands and a trusting heart, you will uncover a wellspring of gladness that no circumstance can diminish. Hold on to joy, anchor yourself in it, and know it is my gift to you, not something you must produce on your own. Your story is still being written. Where you feel pressure to have all the answers, remember that your journey is unfolding one step at a time, directed by my wisdom. There are chapters of redemption and hope yet to be revealed. I have already seen the fullness of your days, and my plans for you are threaded with goodness, even when you cannot yet perceive their shape. Take courage, knowing the outcome is not solely yours to accomplish. I am the author, and I finish what I begin. Above all, keep your heart tender before me. When you feel bruised by disappointment or misunderstood by those you love, let me be your refuge. I hold every tear and treasure every hope you entrust to me. I am the healer of wounds both visible and hidden. I do not minimize your hurts or rush you through your grief. I walk with you at the pace your soul can bear. Trust that even the seasons of sorrow have purpose, and that beauty will rise from the ashes. Where you see only remnants, I see the foundation for new life. Do not be afraid to confess your fears and wrestle with your doubts. Honest dialogue is the beginning of deeper intimacy with me. You do not have to pretend in my presence. I already see you as you are and love you still. Bring me your questions. Together we will sort through what is true, and in the process, I will reveal to you more of myself, my steadfastness, my patience, my relentless grace. Let me remind you that you are not alone on this path. My spirit within you is interceding for you when words fail. You are shielded, accompanied, and deeply cherished every moment. As you continue on, remember that your value is not determined by how well you perform, but by the simple, powerful truth that you are loved. This love is not fleeting or uncertain. It is the anchor in every storm, the quiet assurance that you belong now and forever to me. Let this truth settle deeply within your heart, shaping how you see the world, yourself, and those around you. I have always desired closeness with you, deeper than any surface exchange or passing ritual. I know the layers you build to protect your heart, thinking they keep pain out or maintain control. But these walls also keep out healing and love. I see you as you truly are, both the wounds you try to hide and the beauty formed within those struggles. Each scar is known to me, not as a shame, but as part of your story, a proof that you have endured and that you are not abandoned. Invite me, without reservation, into those hidden rooms. There is no shadow I will not enter. I do not recoil from doubts, anger, or confusion. Bring them to me in honesty, and you will find that my arms do not draw back, but open wider. The tenderness I offer is not earned. It is the atmosphere I create whenever you turn your attention toward me with even a flicker of sincerity. The light of my presence does not expose you to ridicule. It brings warmth that revives what is weary and courage to what is hesitant. Sometimes you confuse my discipline with anger or indifference. You wonder why certain prayers stretch painfully across time without visible answers. Know this: my silence is never neglect, nor is my waiting ever forgetfulness. I am cultivating patience in you, forging resilience, shaping a hope that cannot be stolen by circumstance. When I withhold, it is always to give more than what you first imagined. I delight in surprising you with my timing, revealing treasures in the quiet moments that you would have missed had I rushed to meet your every wish as soon as it was spoken. My delays are invitations to lean on me, to discover that my sufficiency is not dependent on how quickly your problems resolve, but on the unshakable certainty that you are never alone in the waiting. Trust does not mean that you will always understand or that you will escape pain. Do not judge my love by the absence of hardship. I am near to the broken-hearted and mighty in the middle of the storm, not only at the end of it. Draw close to me when life feels chaotic and unpredictable. Breathe in my peace, which exists independently from your current circumstances. like a river that runs beneath the earth. My assurance flows below the surface of your anxieties and doubts. When you quiet your soul and rest in me, that stream will rise within you, offering refreshment even if the world around you feels parched and barren. Do not be afraid to let go of what no longer serves your growth. There is bravery in surrender, in unclenching your fists from old disappointments and known comforts. You sometimes fear that if you release what you cling to, you will be left empty. But I tell you, it is in the letting go that I fill your hands with gifts you could not have imagined. My abundance is not a trickle, but a pouring out. Let your heart be soft, pliable, ready to receive. I am endlessly creative, bringing newness from ashes, hope from ruins, and joy in the aftermath of sorrow. My plans for you stretch far beyond your line of sight. Each day is a canvas, and I invite you to trust me as the artist, knowing that even apparent mistakes and blotches have their place in the masterpiece I am painting with your life. When shame whispers that you are unworthy to be loved, remember that I am the one who knit you together with purpose and pleasure. Nothing you have done or failed to do can erase my delight in you. My forgiveness is complete, and my loving kindness never runs dry. Your identity is not found in accomplishments or failures. It is established in your unbreakable connection to me. Let that truth shape the story you tell yourself when storms of insecurity or regret begin to howl. All that I am, my wisdom, strength, mercy, and compassion is available to you, not as a distant promise, but as a daily reality. I invite you to dwell in the safety of my affection, to let your roots grow deep into the soil of my faithfulness. You may wonder if your small acts of kindness or fleeting prayers truly matter. Do not underestimate the ripple effect of a generous word, a selfless gesture, or even a silent hope offered in my name. Nothing is lost, nothing is wasted when it is placed into my hands. I gather these moments as precious seeds, multiplying their impact in ways you cannot always see. Trust that your life sown in love will yield a harvest beyond your understanding, even if the results are not immediate. Be patient, steadfast, and joyful, knowing that you are a vital part of my ongoing work of renewal and transformation in the world. The peace I offer is not mere absence of conflict or temporary calm. It is wholeness, a deep confidence that you are endlessly loved and never forgotten. When anxiety tries to convince you that you are not enough, let my words sink into your spirit. Hear me affirm again and again, you are my beloved, the one I cherish and sustain. If you stumble, I am there to steady you. If you falter, I am there to lift you. Nothing can separate you from my love, not fear, not failure, not the darkness that creeps unbidden into your mind. Abide with me, moment by moment, and discover that your truest home is in my embrace. I long for you to know me, not as a distant, demanding deity, but as the one who walks beside you in laughter and in tears, who shares your burdens and delights in your victories. I am not weary of your questions or impatient with your growth. My pace is gentle, my encouragement unfailing. Let your heart lean into my whisper, for I speak not just in grand gestures, but in the quiet nudges, the unexpected kindnesses, the beauty threaded through your day. Look for me in the commonplace, for I am as present in your daily chores as I am in your moments of worship. My companionship is unwavering, my understanding without limit. As you move forward, do not strive to earn my approval. It is already yours. I am pleased when you trust me enough to bring your authentic self, with all its messiness, into the light of relationship. Growth will come not through striving, but through surrender, through making space for my spirit to shape and transform you from within. Be gentle with yourself, as I am gentle with you. I see the whole journey ahead, the valleys and peaks, the side steps and returns. I rejoice in every step you take toward me, no matter how small it may feel. Do not despise the day of small beginnings, for in my kingdom, Nothing started in love is ever insignificant. You are safe with me. You are free to fail, free to learn, free to rejoice. Trust my voice over the voice of fear, my wisdom over the world's clamor, my promise over your uncertainties. I am forming within you a hope that will not shrink under pressure, a gratitude that flourishes even in difficulty. Let this assurance settle into your bones. I am for you, I am with you, and I will never leave you nor forsake you. I see how you wonder at times whether you are truly able to bring light into the world around you, weighed down as you are by your limitations, failures, or quiet fears about what you do not have. Yet I remind you that the greatest light often shines from vessels that seem cracked or ordinary. I never intended for perfection to be your measure. It is humility, trust, and the willingness to let me work through you that matter most. Those moments when your spirit trembles, uncertain of its own goodness, open doors for me to pour out grace in ways pride or self-sufficiency never could. Yielding does not mean losing strength, but rather allowing my strength to lift and guide you to places you could not reach alone. Each act of kindness, word of encouragement, and small mercy released from your hands creates ripples through eternity that you may never see. Nothing is wasted in my kingdom. Even what you see as failures, setbacks, or starting over becomes a tapestry in my hands, every thread woven with intention. I've always seen your true heart and the longings hidden beneath layers of defense. I know the fatigue that finds you some days, the quiet disappointment from dreams that feel slow to sprout, and the ache when your prayers seem to return in silence. My response, though sometimes delayed in a way that confuses you, is never absent. I am stirring even in the silence, shaping circumstances, refining character, and preparing both you and the answer beyond your current sight. Do not despise these days of waiting. They are fertile ground for faith to mature and for hope to deepen its roots. Remember that many of the treasures I give, I hide first in unexpected places, sometimes within your own heart, and only as you walk with me, step by imperfect step, do they bloom. I want you to recognize how deeply I am invested in your growth, rejoicing not only in your leaps forward but also in your honest confessions and your willingness to try again. You have asked before if your life can bring me joy, or if my delight is reserved for others whose stories seem grander or more visible. But even as you move through routines unnoticed by the world, I am present in the pauses between your words, in your quiet faithfulness, in the choices you make when no one applauds. You are never invisible to me, and those who humble themselves, who seek me in simplicity and trust, find favor that cannot be earned through grandeur. This is the mystery, that my kingdom is given to the meek, the ones who come empty-handed yet hungry for all I have to give. You may think that your spiritual journey is marked only by highs and lows, but I see a steady progress, growth happening like seeds beneath the soil. Every longing for more, every moment you return to me after doubt or distraction, every tear and honest question, every burst of laughter or small gratitude is noticed. I am not far. I walk with you, not only in triumphant moments, but in common hours, making holy the everyday spaces where you live and love. Do not underestimate the change taking place within you. The transformation of your heart is my great work, and though it is shaped sometimes by gentle winds and sometimes by storms, my hand holds you firmly each time. If you feel weak, let me be your courage. If you feel overlooked, know I celebrate every small act of love. If you feel empty, invite me into your hunger. I am the bread that truly satisfies, the living water that quenches your deepest thirst. Let my truth uproot lies you have carried for too long, beliefs that you are less than, forgotten, or beyond restoring. With me, hope is resurrected again and again, always more powerful than despair. As you draw close, pay attention to my invitations, hidden within the moments you might dismiss as too plain. I whisper through the laughter of children, the kindness of strangers, in the hush of early morning or the stillness before sleep. My spirit is not confined to sacred places or grand occasions. I dwell in hearts that welcome me, making all ground holy wherever you stand. Courage, then, to bring your full self into my presence, without shame or hiding. It is here, uncovered, that I heal, restore, and multiply the gifts I have entrusted to you. Carry this assurance in your heart. You are being shaped for purposes you cannot yet see. The seeds of faith, hope, and love sown in your life will spring up in due season, bearing fruit that nourishes far beyond your imagination. Trust that even now your journey influences those nearby in ways you sometimes cannot perceive. I craft beauty from ordinary days and glory from ordinary people who dare to believe they are loved and chosen. This is my promise, steadfast as the sunrise, and sure as the night gives way to day. Let my words remain in you, as a gentle refrain each time you wonder if you are seen, valued, or capable of making a difference. My nearness is the treasure, my love the heritage I long for you to receive in fullness. Where fear tries to choke hope, remember that I have woven you together with purpose and delight. Surrender your uncertainties, not because you must have perfect faith, but because I am perfectly faithful. When you stumble or falter, see it as an invitation to fall into my arms, to let my mercy outshine your mistake and my joy strengthen your spirit for what lies ahead. Rest now in this promise. Nothing is wasted. Every step is sacred, and I am crafting from your life a legacy that will echo beyond your days on earth. Stay close to me, for I take delight in you not in spite of your flaws, but as your creator who knows each weakness and redeems each story. Continue onward, heart open, soul willing, spirit ready to receive all that I am giving, and watch as I fulfill in you every good and perfect thing I have planned. I know there are moments when you wonder if your steps matter, if your words are noticed, if your choices ripple far enough to shift the tides. I tell you every moment, even those cloaked in doubt or seeming insignificance, bears weight in my eyes. There has never been a day I have turned from you, never a silent hour where my heart forgot your face. I formed you not to drift or exist in the shallow end of hope, but to belong and be anchored in a love that never lets go, even when winds blow fierce and the sky hides the light. You have seen how often shadows try to claim the center of your life and speak limitation over your days, yet I continually speak a better word, a word that calls you out from cycles of fear and into fullness of life. Each border you thought defined you, each ceiling you believed unbreakable, I gently lean over and say, there is more in me than you have dared to hope. This is why stillness with me becomes sanctuary. This is why, when you silence the chaos and allow my whisper to speak, you begin to hear courage rise again. This world may measure you by what you can prove, produce, or present, but I measure you by the depth of your heart turned toward me. My gaze is never distracted, my hands never too far to lift you again. There are times trust feels like stepping off the edge with only my promise to catch you. Let me assure you, I have never left the faithful longing of your heart unfinished. I write the epilogue of your story with wisdom that weaves sorrow and joy, learning and laughter, into the tapestry of a life that becomes a testimony. You wonder who you are and what it will take to see breakthrough, but your most powerful act is choosing me again and again in the ordinary days. I delight in the ways you secretly show kindness, the moments you forgive even when no one sees, when you humbly admit weakness and reach for more of my strength. These unseen seeds grow into a harvest you cannot yet imagine. I see you wrestling with old disappointments and future dreams, feeling the pull between regret and hope renewed. You deserve to know that I am the Lord of fresh beginnings. Yesterday cannot chain you, nor can tomorrow intimidate you when you walk with the assurance that I hold time itself. Lift your chin, let your eyes meet mine. The season may change, the landscape of your circumstances may shift, but my promise does not alter with the wind. So I invite you closer. Rest from your striving. Let me break the subtle cycle that tells you love must always be earned. My affection is not a reward for performance, but the foundation you're always welcomed home to. If you will risk believing that my love is constant, you will find the courage to try again. The failures and victories are not kept on opposing scales. I see only the heart willing to learn and grow. I wove eternity into your soul so you would not settle for the fleeting illusions of satisfaction this life tries to trade for your attention. Be brave enough to receive peace where anxiety has been your companion. Allow laughter to echo again through rooms where only worry seemed to reside. I want every part of you afraid and bold, certain and searching because all belong to me. Do not shrink when the world presses in. I did not create you to be a reed lost in the winds of opinion, but an oak that stands even when storms surround. My spirit within you is not timid. It is the flame that kindles vision and the quiet resilience that restores joy when hope seems thinned. The plans I have for you are shaped not by chance but by deliberate grace. Each meeting, each challenge, every comfort and confusion have their part in forming a heart that reflects heaven on earth. As you walk with me, even your limitations become opportunities for my strength to shine. See how I take simple loaves and fish and multiply what is surrendered. Do not underestimate what can be transformed when offered with trust. I see the roads you wish you could rewrite, regrets that linger like evening mist, promises you feel slow to reach. Bring them to me. Do not be afraid to hope again. Do not judge your story as finished just because a chapter closed unexpectedly. Await my resurrection in places where you thought only loss could grow. Where dreams seem buried, I breathe them to life. Where love feels thin, I pour out more than you knew to ask. Your story is not the sum of what happened to you, but the result of what I am resurrecting within you day by day. I don't require you to understand every step, only to trust the one who charts the course. Lift your expectations. Trade your logic for wonder again. Be willing to meet me in the quiet places, even when answers delay or comfort seems distant. In those spaces, your heart finds what the world can't give: security rooted in belonging, wisdom crafted from gentleness, and joy that is both a promise and a presence. Let each morning hold an invitation to see me anew. Each evening, a reminder that nothing was wasted, not a word or a tear, not a question or a laugh. Know that every moment you turn your thoughts toward me, you are never alone. My presence becomes the atmosphere of your very breath. You are sealed with a purpose that cannot be revoked. My child, you are written into the story of redemption, not on the edges, not as a minor footnote, but as a cherished part of my restoration. Refuse to accept any narrative that tells you otherwise. My hands hold the blueprints of your future, crafted not to burden but to release, not to diminish but to multiply. Remember, I am patient with you, always gentle in correction, always eager with mercy, always present in your questions and celebrations alike. Do not hurriedly rush past this love. Linger. Let it become the place from which you live and move. Choose joy, not because circumstances are perfect, but because my love is. Hold nothing back that belongs in my hands, and watch what I will do with it. Let gratitude become your melody, and forgiveness your response, for both open doors to miracles and new beginnings. As you choose to listen, to seek, to trust, and to respond, watch how your world shifts. Watch how peace settles, how fear melts, how courage grows in the very ground where you once thought only desolation could remain. Now receive this blessing of benediction, that is, my heart poured over your life. I am with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. Nothing in heaven or on earth can separate you from my love. Walk forward, illuminated by my presence, strengthened by my wisdom, covered by my endless compassion. The adventure I offer is not tame, but it is safe in me. Rise each day with expectation. Rest each night knowing you are held where nothing can snatch you away. Amen.